There, and let's get this underway. It's Dominion 6. Today is release day for Dominion 6. I left it way too late to contact Illwinter and see if I could get a key for it, but they did prevail just last night. They reached out and said, "Hey Jake, here's a key for you," so thank you kindly for that. Worked right out of the boot, as did, well, the only mod that I really care about getting working here, which is the custom global name list. If you submitted your name around here, or name of places, it should appear in the game and appear as our commanders. So what am I doing today? I do want to play a proper campaign, so I will. So I'm going to ask you to very quickly decide for me, are we going to play as, I'll give you a choice of two, the Blood and Death Monkeys, or the Fire and Astral Zealots? Those are two nations that I immediately feel like playing, and I know both of them, so it should be like slipping into a cozy pair of pajamas. And that's probably what I should do for my first run of Dom 6. Try and do something new, and that's everything falling apart. A little bit of love for the Zealots, but a lot more love for the Monkeys. Alright then, we'll do Monkeys. That, of course, is Early Age Lanka. So, create Pretender God, Early Ages. Do I have stuff already made? Yeah, I was actually thinking about both of them already, but let's get rid of both of you and create one from scratch. So the first thing you do, and for many players the only thing you ever do in Dominions, is create your god. It's where you do all the fun theory crafting without having to pay the toll of actually living with the mistakes you may have made for yourself. I like both a lot, but I never like to test my builds. So this is Lanka, Land of Demons. Probably the first nation I played in Dominions 5 that really sucked me into the game altogether. And cheers, Andrepinet. Showing love for Dom, or the channel, or God knows what. But I certainly love this game. So Lanka, they are a bunch of monkey demons. They love heat, they love eating virgins, they love killing things. It's a really fun nation. And quite likely my favourite nation in the entire game. It has quite a lot of nuances and a fair bit of weaknesses as well as strengths. The biggest weakness you really have is you are dumb monkey people, so you are incredibly weak against magic. Although I'm told one of the big things about Dominion 6 is that it's more focused on big impressive armies than specific magic use, and magic in Dominions 5 was absurdly powerful. Just one spell can change an entire outcome of battle. Could probably still do the same here, but it's going to have a lot of soldiers to chew through, if what I understand is to be the case. We'll find out in due time. So with Lanka, you've got your main core of strong but weird monkeys. You've got these tiny little weaklings. I know I just said strong, but these weak wee guys are really just there to eat cavalry charges so they don't hit your real strong core. They can fling poo at the enemies. It does almost no damage unless you enchant it. Or they can get little bows, which still do barely any damage, and these guys will run at the flick of a hat, so sod these little guys. I only tend to get them if I need to absorb some big blows. Then you've got very standard archer here, although he is stealthy, could be useful in multiplayer. You got this extremely bog standard naked but shielded guy, and then this big chunky longbow user if you really want to anchor down your hit points and protect yourself against a morale route while doing some respectable damage at range. You want the Bandar Archer. 13 gold a year though kind of turns me off of those. I don't tend to fill up on low rank soldiers because I prefer to have really meaty lasting soldiers. Also means you don't have to re-recruit all the time. Enchanted Poo, we have a no-brainer here. It can really be done. The thing about sticks and stones is that you attack twice per turn with them. So even though they are inaccurate and barely do any damage, there's a huge amount of ammunition and a lot of attacks coming in. So if you take the monkey poo and you enchant it to be extra accurate and flaming, it suddenly becomes a real big problem for the enemy. And if they come in and they try and cavalry charge down your maraca poo flingers, they come in, they kill one of them, and there's still 5 other ones in the square for them to have to deal with. So they can certainly be put to good use, but you really need to strategize around that, and I'm not willing to do that. Also, the size in this game has completely changed. It's 10 to a square, but it's no longer size 1 to 6. Wait, no, it was 6 to a square before, now it's 10 to a square. But yes, before the sizes between 1 to 6, so size 1 would be these tiny little monkeys or overgrown ants. Size 2 would be humans, size 3 would be horses, and 4 to 6 were your tyrants, your giants, your elephants. Titans, not tyrants. Anyway, the point is now you're size 2, you're 5 to a square instead of 6. So you got a little bit weakened there. I'm going to be talking about a lot of things all over the place in this game, and this game is already insanely complex, so if you have questions, just ping me with them. By this point, I know this game well enough to be able to answer questions, just not play competently in multiplayer. Right, the Bandar Warrior, if it didn't have a better blessed version of you, you'd be quite tempting. You actually have armor, no helmet, but good hit points for a, larger than human size thing. 4, so only 2 of you to a square. Yeah, I guess you were size 3 before. You got a really big chunky mace to hit people with, and much like the little guys, you still fling your poo, but you fling your poo much stronger. Look at that. Attack 12 from Sticks and Stones. That's not bad at all. I don't think I've ever used Asara. Completely naked, very easy to kill. Decent hit points, but I've never been a big fan of Javelin users. They just have no ammo. The precision isn't great, yeah. He is sacred, but that's not good enough. I actually like Anasara, despite also being naked, because they're really fast. These guys just charge on in. Even if they take an arrow or a javelin, they're going to live because they've got 28 hit points. And then they just go and bonk everybody with a mace. Combine a good bless, and these guys can be really good early expanders. They also cost practically no resources, so very tempting. This guy is a real stock sacred unit. He's sacred, he'll take the bless. He's very hungry, they all are. Attacks with a very hard-hitting falchion and has good armor, good hit points. Good all-rounder. The problem is I largely find him outclassed by the Palankasha. They're a demon. There are a lot of anti-demon counters, but those usually come online late into the game. They get extra power from Chaos, which is something you actually want as Lanka. Trashy scales don't hurt Lanka quite as much as they do other nations. Again, hard-hitting with a falchion. Again with the armor, although unlike the Bandar Warrior, they don't have armor on the head, so they're quite vulnerable to things that strike them on the head, potentially give them dementia. But I think that's a fine trade. 19, 13, 12 versus 18, 13, 12, so they get an extra pip of strength. They have 6 whole more hit points. Do they actually have less protection? That's just because of the lack of helmet there. Yeah, I love myself the Palankashas. Hell bless these guys, and they can be your army core for a long time. The text and images are a bit sharper, I think. Is that so? I honestly didn't notice, but I was using a text mod to the last game. I find the stuff at the top sometimes hard to read with the fancy writing and all, and it only gets fancier in certain places. What about our commanders? So you get this crappy scout. The crappier the better when it comes to scouts for a nation, because the point is just for them to go out and explore. They will be caught and they will die, so that's why you want them to be as cheap and easy to recruit as possible. And you don't get much cheaper and crapper than the Maraca Scout. He's even stealthy 60, which is quite decent for a scout. Some nations get poor like 40, 50 scouts, but 60 for 25 gold and virtually nothing else, I will take that. Of course, the chieftain is also a scout. The difference with the chieftain is that he can actually lead an army. Not a big army, but he's a great way to move around, say, a bunch of your Atavi archers who are also stealthy, and quietly get them into a fortification that you want to defend. So this guy is not without use, but mostly as a army mover rather than army leader. Bandar commander, extremely bog standard leader here. He's just this guy, but given a falchion. There we go, a much better leader of armies. You can tell straight away that the leadership numbers on everybody's been bumped up. I believe in Dom 5, the Atavi chieftain leadership 40, meaning he would lead 40 troops. Now he can lead 50. This guy's gone from 80 to 100, and this guy's gone from 120 to 150. So already I can tell the game is wanting to focus more on large armies, and I am very keen to see large battles taking place. I'm looking forward to seeing that quite a lot, actually. How about this Raktapata? Do love the Raktapata. It's always nice to have a relatively cheap, although 110 isn't that cheap. Anyway, a mage that has relatively low research and just one path, but that means they get boosted up by magic scales proportionally a lot more than anything else. Their upkeep is very low, courtesy of them being sacred, so this is going to be my my mage core, or my research core, as well as two other amazing tasks that they can do. They can blood hunt, and they blood hunt even better in Turmoil, and they're reanimator priests, meaning if some of these follow around after battles, they can raise the dead into an undead army, which is great for everything, really. Undead is just... there's always a niche to be filled by having undead units in your land, I guess, unless you're Marignon and they get burned by your own anti-heresy dominion. There used to be 80 gold in Dom 5. Yeah, I think numbers in general have gone up, because when I played, the cost for a fortification went up to 1,000 to start it off. That's scary in numbers. But it also looks like the amount of income from provinces has gone up a fair bit. So yeah, Raktapata is going to be a huge amount of my mage core. They're not going to be very good in a fight. I've never found Blood 1 to be that useful in a big fight, unlike, say, Air 1 or Fire 1. But who knows, maybe there's some new blood magic. In fact, we can even check, surely. Okay, maybe not from here. Well, we will check. Yogini, much better mage. 2 nature, 1 blood, 1 death. We got crosspath. I love having nature access. I love it to bits. Nature has such amazing globals. I assume they're still there. Maybe they've been gimped down a bit. We'll have to look into that. So I won't get many of you, but you'll be mostly there for access. The Kalamuka. Just a significantly better version of the Raktapata, but it comes at significant costs. They get 1 extra path, which means they could be my access to 2 blood rather easily. In fact, one in 3 of them is going to have 2 blood access, which is great for boosting up, but I think we can do better. They're also Reanimator Priest, they're gluttonous. Although you're better, it's hard to justify that extra cost. I guess you're going to have 11 on research as opposed to 7, but yeah, I'd still rather have the other one, frankly, unless I'm rolling in dosh. The Rakshasi. Okay, now we're talking. Very expensive, very long time to recruit, large upkeep, but check those paths, and they are priestly. So to think, if they weren't sacred, this upkeep cost would be doubled. Another reanimator, but I think using you to reanimate would be a horrific waste of your powers. You can shapeshift, demonic, stealthy, very squishy though, very little protection, it's just natural protection. So what use are you? Well, you are a cross-path machine. On top of that, you get 2 magical boosts and a 10% chance at a 3rd magical boost. So it's not unreasonable for you to hit 3 blood with an extremely rare 4 blood. It's amazing. But what's very interesting is that you have access to Glamour. Glamour is a new kind of magic added in Dominion 6. It takes away all of that illusion magic from air. Because air was kind of serving 2 roles previously, both glamour and air, so it calls down lightning strikes, but it also obfuscates view, but now those have been segregated. Just looks like a chunk of crystal, doesn't it? Anyway, amazing crosspath unit, something I will very rarely get, or maybe start churning out if I have a lot of money, in the attempt to get some of these high path accesses, having 3 nature, having 3 death. I don't know what I can do with high glamour yet. We'll figure that out. And then there's always high blood. And then there is you, Raksharaja himself. Here's our air right out of the gate. 2 air, 2 blood. Possibility for 3 and extremely rare 4s in both of those. I forget what we have access to here, but Wailing Winds immediately comes to mind. Decent leadership. Does it say what allows us to give formations? It says squad morale +1 for up to 3 squads. What about you? You're +2 for 4 squads. I'm going to assume now 100 is the cutoff for giving formations. It used to be 80, but I guess that's been bumped up with everything else. Formations is 80 leadership or more if memory serves. Yeah, it was in Dom 5, but I think in Dom 6 it's been bumped up. Man, expensive, but not long to recruit like the previous one. And I like the fact that you can actually gore people with your horny head there. 14, 12, 22, yeah. Great unit, but when you see a unit like this, the temptation is to make them charge into the enemy, but no, with paths like this, you are going to be sitting at the back as a mage whenever possible. The front runner guys are going to be the Palankashas, the Kalamukas, the Anasaras, although these guys, they're too squishy, I'll drop off their usage before long. Immediately have access to triple death gem and 1 air gem at the start of each turn, and 2 nature, so decent gem access. Right, we're definitely working with you. You can spend a long time here, which is a good amount of the fun of Dominions, but I wouldn't have fun if I didn't also play with what we had. Right, I was interested in level 1 blood magic. Has it changed at all? I'm trying to think what can be used in a battle here. I think the best use for all these level 1 blood mages in a fight is to start off a Sabbath. So if I gave them each a blood mage, and I had the Sabbath Master get an entourage of blood mages, then yes, we could Sabbath up. It wouldn't be unreasonable to get 4 or 5 in blood for that. And then we could cross-path blood magic in a fight. Although I have never done a blood Sabbath before, so I don't actually know what would be worth casting in a fight. Anyway, odds are that's not going to happen in the campaign. Against the AIs, Sabbaths are seldom something to consider. So, here are the pretenders we have access to, and the big change that everybody wants the sequel for. Bang, we can actually see their paths without having to click on each and every one of them. There are some new gods as well, some really appeal to me. They added an elephant idol. In fact, this guy is the icon for the game when you have it on Steam. I can even see it in my taskbar right now, or my toolbar. Dominion 6 icon is golden elephant. I really like elephants, I find them incredibly cute. Do I want to make one my god? Probably not for Lanka, but there'll definitely be time for you, elephant idol. You are very expensive at 390 points. I think that's even more expensive than the Bronze Colossus. But you fill a similar niche, because unlike the other statues, you are not inanimate. Yeah, you got 10 mat move. You got a ludicrously low combat speed, but basically if this thing were in combat, it would be very difficult to kill, courtesy of its 20 protection. Which could be made a whole lot more by giving it extra earth path to boost that protection. So yeah, hard to kill, massive hit points, maximum size. This would crush enemies. Also, being mindless stops you from being attacked by certain things that can wipe you out. Mind burn, evolved versions of mind burn. Jake, are there a lot of changes in the new part compared to the 5th part of the game? From what I've seen so far, there aren't many changes. I don't think it's a revolutionary game, more of an evolutionary game. But I haven't played enough to make a good judgment on it. I only clocked about 2 hours on it last night, and that wasn't proper playing. I'm here today to figure that out. Now, you're resistant to everything. Okay, I'm not going to use the elephant idol, but I do want to appreciate the elephant idol. We'll go around the new pretenders that we have access to. We've got this ridiculous-looking steam geyser. I'm never sure if it's geyser or geyser. Probably geyser. Even more protection than the elephant, although to be fair, how in God's name do you destroy a geyser? Plenty of hit points, again massive size, but you are completely immobile. You couldn't do anything in a fight, you're just there to look around. Unteleportable as well. I don't recall that being a tag, but it was a thing, so I'm glad now it's actually clear. Cannot be teleported in a world using magic rituals or items. So you will just not be able to move at all. Here's another thing that's been introduced for, I think, mindless. You're not mindless. Okay, maybe immobile. Or maybe just all of the rank 4 Dominion gods. Inept Smith. So what you could do with this guy is give him a bunch of magic paths and use it to forge a lot of items. Now that's become harder thanks to Inept Smith. probably a good change, but it's going to catch you unaware when you make a, say, a 5 nature pretender, and like, okay, now to forge the... Oh, we can only forge 4. Well, I'll give it some arms and have it hold some boosters then. Onsen for Japanese monkey would kind of fit. Spirit cannot leave the spring, but occasionally lets its will be known by spewing forth hot water. Is this what Scandis worship? What else is new around here? I don't recall there being Asura. This is one cool looking dude here. 3-headed, 4-armed demon god of ancient times. There's nothing too special on its stats here. That's some pretty mediocre attack and defense skill for a god. Hit points, alright, good size, as expected of a titan. Decent protection from all this war crowning. That's going to give you massive head protection, surely. Oh no, it's that you have 3 heads, and each of those heads are getting their own 14 protection. Alright, so decent armor. The thing that's really cool about Asura are these item slots. 1, 2, 3, 4 hand slots, and a bow. I believe bow has now been segregated for everybody. I mean, even you have a bow slot now. That's different. So 4 weapons and a bow, 3 helmets, and they don't have to be crowns. Some gods are so pompous that the only thing they'll wear on their head is a crown. Like you. There we go. The Great White Bull would only wear a crown or a laurel. You couldn't, for example, give them the lightning helm. But you could give 3 lightning helms to Asura, and Asura will call down Asura's wrath from the skies 3 times every turn if you do that. They sacrifice 1 miscellaneous item slot for 2 helmet slots and 2 arm slots. Amazing trade. So this guy could just walk around with so many magical items and clean up. This is super combatant. A really good super combatant option. But comes with cost. A fair bit of cost. How much did you cost actually? 250 points. You're reduced. Jake, is that last tag new graphics for Unsurroundable? Yes it is. Unsurroundable used to just be 2 eyes. Now it's like a writhing mass of eyes. Yes, that's what passes for a new feature in Dominions. But yes, there have been some graphical changes. It now also shows you the Dominion strength of your god. Previously unseen there, but you can just infer it from the Dominion numbers here. He looks pretty cool, but the weaknesses on this guy is that his magic paths are already magic paths we have access to. Death, blood, air. You are so cool, but I'm not sure that's good enough. I don't think Destroyer Worlds was around. I don't remember you. Could just be you look a little different. I think we did see Destroyer Worlds before. Certainly saw you before. Your graphic looks a little different though. I do not remember the Devi of Strength, however. Devi of Strength gives me fire and astral access, both of which are hard to come by for Lanka. Lanka doesn't like fire. Its demons burn up easily. But that doesn't mean that we can't use fire. So you already come mounted on a big beastly tiger that hits 3 times, bite, claw, and claw. All magical damage. Pretty cool. And you're divine. Divine beings can never be charmed or enslaved. And you get the bless effect. So any bless that I give the Devi of Strength also applies to your mount. Your mount is size 10, the Devi is size 8, but becomes size 10 on the mount. So you attack with 2 magical weapons here that both hit pretty hard, on top of being on top of this. So 5 attacks coming out of you. Ambidextrous, again with the 4 arms. Again, you sacrifice a magical item for it, and your feet, because a mount takes up feet. I don't know how to give mounts to commanders, but I'm sure that will become obvious in due time. Man, you are tempting in a lot of ways. Mostly because you're cool. What else is different? I don't remember Rak Shirani being a Dominion Strength 2 unit. You're quite cheap, but again, you have magical paths that we already have access to. What else we got going here? Golden Lion was always around. Was there always a Dracolich? You only have death magic. You increase our death scale, which is generally a negative. Invulnerable, and even beyond that, alright-ish protection. Fear 15. Wow, you will rout indies on your own, no problem. I recognize him, says Nix. Alright, guess you're old news. I guess the way to check if something's old news is it on the Dominions 5 Mod Inspector? And you better believe I've always got that Mod Inspector here. So if we go to Unit, and what were you called again? Dracolich? It's Dracolich, yes, but with a C. Ah, there's Dracolich. Normally available to various nations. Which nations? Ah, Vatiheim, Utgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim. Didn't know you, but there we are. Okay, thank you, Dom 5 Mod Inspector. It's not the last time we'll be using you, no doubt, but it was the first. How long until we have a Dom 6 Inspector tool? I doubt it'll take too long to port that stuff over. Nagasidi, a very small monster god to have. Not a very appealing one, because you look very squishy, although you do have water and earth access. Earth is a very strong magic that we are noticeably absent on, so it might be worth putting that on our god. Cheap to add magic paths to you. Dragon. When was there a dark dragon? Dragons are pretty boring gods to take. Just a big dumb monster that falls off pretty hard into the mid-game, but early game, they just stomp indies on their own, which is quite cool. Raven of the Underworld. I love them because they are corpse eaters. But again with the Inept Smith. Are all the monsters Inept Smith? Wow, they've really gone ham on adding Inept Smith to gods. So monsters are Inept Smiths. Statues are Inept Smiths. Titans are not Inept Smiths. The Demi-Liches. The Demi-Lich is quite the go-to for a lot of builds. Okay, so basically if you don't want to be an Inept Smith god, you need to be a Titan or a humanoid. I suppose it stands to reason that the worm might have difficulty building things. I wonder if that only applies to gods, or if certain magical beings or summons also end up being inept. Hard to craft items with no hands. Surely you use their massive brains to do it. Can't be easy to craft with undead hands. Right, I'm not sure if there are any other new gods that we have available here. Of course, other nations are going to have other new gods around. This is just what we see here. Don't know who I'm going to pick. But perhaps before we pick a god, we should actually consider what we want to do with our nation. Oh hey, Nucrium. I saw that you were streaming Dominion 6 earlier. Great game, but very complicated game. Complex game. Right, what are we going to do with Lanka here? Obviously I want to do a lot of summons. Lanka has access to some of the best blood summons in the game. It doesn't take long to access the Rakshasa warriors, which are really freaking cool. I don't get a preview on them here, but I can always check it out in the Mod Inspector. The Rakshasa warrior. Get out of here, Dracolich. Here we go. I love these guys. They come in with reasonable protection, great hit points. They don't need to eat, but they are sacred, so they will take your bless and they will not clamp down on your supplies, or they won't die to lack of supplies. They run in with 20 strength and they cudgel your enemies to death for 28 damage. Pretty cool. The hard counter to them is to set them on fire, so hopefully that doesn't happen to us. But I love getting a whole load of Rakshasa warriors. And that's our early game option. What would I be doing beyond that? Well, high level great commander summons. Mandeha here. Oh man, I love Mandeha. One of your really amazing mages. Can we see Mandeha? Of course we can. Come on. Give me Mandeha. Let me correctly spell Mandeha. Mandeha. Oh, this freaking guy. So he's a beast in combat on his own, but 3 air, 3 death, 2 blood, triple holy. He can Divine Bless your army. He can lead your undead army. He's got a Flesh Eater. Anyone that comes close to him falls asleep. Terrifying. He can fly as well, just to add to everything he can do. He's a late game summon, but he's a brilliant late game summon. Love that guy. He also auto-casts Darkness, and we like Darkness because we're demon monkeys. Still no way to see the summon result? Yeah, so one thing that I was really hoping for was a fair bit of quality of life on just getting information in this game, and sadly, no. This ain't happening here. If they could just fold the Dom 5 Mod Inspector into Dominions, so that I go, ooh, one of the 3 Mandehas. That's different. Normally Mandeha is a generic unit, but perhaps now there are specific ones. Anyway, like, click here. Show the information that we see on the Mod Inspector. Woohoo, very happy Jake. But no, Dominions is very keen on making itself as impenetrable as possible. You've got to earn the right to enjoy playing this game. And it took me about 60 hours, but I did eventually enjoy playing Dominions back in 5. Right. Still do want you, though. So, I'm going to be having a fair amount of those early game, or mid to early game, Rakshasi warriors. I think I want to rely on my Palankashas. They are expensive, but the idea is to make some very powerful units that just don't die on me. They'll make my main core, and then once they've got me enough resources, probably pile up on... Do one of these guys do sticks and stones? Ah, sadly none of my sacreds fling their own poo. The poo flingers are the Bandar warriors. Unfortunately... I suppose it's fortunate, right? Sacred units get half upkeep. So these really strong units actually don't cost me much in upkeep at all. But that proportionally means that the non-sacreds feel quite expensive to have. 13 gold per year for a Bandar warrior? How cheap are these crummy little poo flingers? 4 gold per year. I swear they used to be cheaper. Light Bandar at 13. I might end up just having most of my army be my sacreds, which is fine. Does mean I'm going to have to dip into the Hell Bless, but Hell Blessing is fun. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. So, okay. Forming an idea here. Expand out with strong sacreds with a Hell Bless. Even if it means I need an alive god, but hopefully it doesn't, because a lot more points from a quiet, imprisoned or asleep god. Once we have space, we're going to be sending out the Raktapatas to hunt for virgins for our demon monkeys to eat. And once the economy is really online, crank out many more of these to do a lot of research. Grab the Yogini, Kalamuka, and Rakshasi for magical access. How much do I want air access early? Not much. 1 in 3 chance of you being 3 air, which can boost to 4 or 5 air. And you could really call down the good air magic, although I'd rather have Mandeha. Alright, ideas are forming. So, what will the bless be? We have a new list of blesses for a new game. It still feels very limited. I feel like there's a lot of unexplored potential with the bless system in Dominions. For one, cross-pathing seems really interesting, but it's so unexplored. There are only 2 cross-paths for fire, for example. Fire and astral, or fire and death here, right? Could you imagine, say, a fire-earth cross-path, where your sacred units summon magma around them as they go around, and that causes blunt force burning damage to anyone that comes into contact? Wonderful, but no, it feels like it needs a child's imagination to go through these and come up with cool crosspaths. Then again, it would probably bloat the list out, but hey, systems. Anyway, that was a disappointment I had in Dom 5, and it's still here sadly, but it's still a new list of blesses to be had. Mods, the game isn't even out yet, so the only mod I have is one that I would say I made myself, but Nyx made it for me. But I made sure it worked for this, for all the no effort that took. It's a custom names mod, so if you're watching this stream, chances are you might see yourself in the game as a commander. You can still say you made it. I'm perfectly capable of lying. Right, what do we want our monkeys to do? Perhaps we could get some childlike imagination from the chat here. These are the monkeys, and they're pretty good as they are, but if they run into an enemy, they are going to get slaughtered, because they're going to be low in number early on. So what can we do to these guys to make them so strong that they just butcher enemy armies right out of the gate? Fling burning poo. Right, we covered that our glorious sacred units are above flinging poo. The poo flingers are back here. They will not be our early game strategy, sadly. Burning weapons, ethereal nature, give them strength, give them fire resistance. Fire resistance is actually a very good idea, because we are extremely weak to fire. Wait, you're not weak to fire, you're not weak to fire, you're not weak to fire, you're not weak, But you are. Because fire doesn't actually affect our rank and file, I might not need to care that much about putting fire resistance on the bless. I could do it on magical items instead. Although access to fire gems might prove a little difficult. Make them explode. No, I don't plan on having them die. Right, is there anything out of fire that I'd really like? Noticeably, the attack skill and defense skill used to give +2. Now it only gives +1. I think it's the same cost. Either way, it's been brought down. I loved stacking attack and defense skill. Just dodge everything, repel everything you don't dodge. It's good. Inspirational presence for 50 leadership. Blessed units will become filled with righteous fury if another sacred unit is killed within 2 range of its vicinity. Furious one gets attack and morale. Attack 3, strength 3, morale 6. That would be pretty terrifying to put on flagellants or any other sacred that that dies quite a lot but is cheap to make. Can you imagine flagellants with righteous wrath and blood surge? Well, they'd still die to being shot. Explosions, heat auras, fire shields, flaming weapons, unbearable splendor. So level 2 paths give 1 bless point, level 3 gives 2 bless points, etc. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. You just get +1 bless point for every level above 1. So if I had 1 earth here, nothing. But if I add another one, hey, +1, +1, +1, +1. So no, it does not continue to grow, it's linear. Okay, we could go through these in order, but the real question is what blessings are available to Glamour. A lot of low-cost ones here that don't need Incarnate. Undreaming. You're more resistant against Sleep Effect. How often do you face Sleep Effect in the game, though? It's a pretty rare occurrence, from what I know, unless new races have added a lot more sleep utilage. It's funny because Mandeha actually has Sleep Aura. A very rare case of seeing that. So, resist sleep. Very good. Sacred units gaining more experience. That might be extremely worth the 1 bless point, because every bit of experience actually makes your unit's attack and defense skill goes up. And if you can get plus 50%, that's actually a lot of experience on sacreds, which tend to do the frontline fighting. Combine that, you know, it costs 4 points and 2 paths to get +1 attack and defense. You'd have to put a bit of defense and a bit of attack in there. But with 1 bit of heroism, you're going to get access to that very same thing after 1 battle, most likely. That's pretty cool. Quiet Stride. Stealthy units boost their stealth by 20. True Sight. Seeing through illusions and glamour. Oh my days, finally a counter to those damn elves. I hate fighting elves because they got glamour, making them very hard to hit. True Sight just completely negates that. Still affected by darkness. Blur. Attack skill of enemies reduced by 2. This feels like a more expensive way of getting just defense skill up. I suppose in absolute values it's cheaper, but this one doesn't affect the blind or the true sightseers. Right, the incarnate ones that require your god to be alive and on the map. All sacred units are stealthy. Well, that could be very good for surprising your opponents in multiplayer. I don't think it'd be so good in single player, which is where I play most. Awe has been moved out of fire, moved down to glamour. And Awe plus 3. Really great way to shut down low morale enemy attackers. Most of them won't even be able to attempt an attack. Displacement. Attacking units have attack skill reduced by 5. That's huge. It's a much better version of Blur, but holy moly is it expensive. Dread. Dread is fear plus 3 if you don't have true sight. Much cheaper way of getting fear than we had before. Does that mean fear is still in death? Yes, fear is still there. And it's more expensive on death. The difference is, unlike dread, it's not negated by true sight. And luck. Luck has been moved out of astral into glamour. Requires luck and 8 bless points, but 75% chance to negate fatal blows. It's just another layer of defense at keeping your units alive. Less good for units that are already pretty chunky. Luck is pretty good on your sacreds that are very squishy, like Flagellants, or those miniature frozen guys that we had with Ballberg. Always a big fan of the Blood Blesses here. Blood Surge not being incarnate only, I always see as so good. But there's also Blood Bond for incarnate only. I'm actually very tempted to take both. But Blood Bond really comes alive with regeneration. So what if we had Blood Surge, Blood Bond, regeneration? I don't need the regeneration or the Blood Bond online immediately. It'll get stronger. It's probably better with a dormant god. So let's imagine we go dormant. What can we do with a good amount of blood and nature? Oh, right, we've got some new stuff here though. Vampiric weapons. Costs 12 bless points and requires blood 8, death 4. The wounded take additional damage when your units get an attack in. 3 armor negating drain damage. So just a way to drink your enemies dry. That would be so good on multi-attacking enemies, because each of their multi-attacks would slam for vampiric damage. I could imagine putting that on the Marignon Knights. I guess the lance wouldn't affect it too much, but they'd have their sword and their hooves, both drinking enemies dry. Isn't the poo multi-attack? Yes, but the poo is not flung by our sacred units, so sadly no. But if you had a sacred unit which flung poo, and you could have that, then yes, you could have burning vampiric poo, where not only do you get splattered by monkey droppings, you actually have your very life drained out of you. It's a build, if you can imagine it, you can build it, but not really viable for us here. Blood Vengeance is cool, but it's nowhere near as good as Damage Reversal. Now, Damage Reversal is something fierce. I do want Blood Bond, and I do want Blood Surge, and I would... Blood Surge is good, not Blood Surge, Blood Bond. Blood Bond is good, but Blood Bond is far better with regeneration. Blood Bond makes it so if you take damage, you only take half that damage, the other half is distributed among your nearby friendly sacreds. So a lot of people end up getting a lot of little bits of damage, which makes regeneration all that better because it slowly refills your health. So you might take, oh, I've taken 2 damage because of Blood Bond because my friend took damage. Well, I instantly get that regenerated. 10%, and it always rounds up. So if you regenerate 2.1 health, you actually regenerate 3, unless that changed in Dom 5, that's possible. I could get even greedier, but this is actually pretty strong on its own. The Blood Surge means we go in, we kill once, and then we immediately get 3 attack, 3 strength, 1 defense, and 1 regeneration. So for 4 bless points and only 4 access and blood, we get the effect of having so many other blesses. Of course, you need to kill first, so just make sure you kill. Doesn't work if you fight against the undead. Schniffut says that the game is out on Steam now, is it? Has it released now? That looks pretty available to me, so yeah. If you're sick of me spending all this time just building a unit and you want to just play the game yourself, go out and get it. Right. Is there anything I'd want on top of this? Now we're starting to look really greedy, but do consider. I didn't know this before, but Berserker is actually a morale check. If you have good morale, you're less likely to go Berserk. So I've really fallen off of Berserk as a bless. Yeah, not so keen on this. I've never liked poison weapons. It's too slow to kill. unaging, forest survivor, poison resistance, low... Yeah, none of this is really speaking to me. Fear, death weapons, reanimators, Stygian, withering weapons, mending bones, half dead. Undead command could actually be seen as pretty good. Undead leadership works for command. You know what? What were the paths that we had on you? It's a little regrettable that you don't have access to nature. How expensive would it be to give you nature? What do you need? 7 nature? I think we need to have you on 5 here. What if we just give you a little bit of that anyway? What about the air? It's relative. You're already on 1, so it's relatively cheap just to give you a little bit of air. Swiftness for extra defense and movement speed. I don't think it's worth it or necessary because now I don't have to spend the air bless points on air. It just gives me bless points that can be spent anywhere. Imagine, if you will, it's very expensive to put nature path on my god, especially since my god is a titan. But what's the difference between awake, dormant, and imprisoned? If you're awake, your god is immediately available for you to use at the start of the game. Dormant, they will come online within 9 to 15 in-game turns. Imprisoned, they come online within about 3 years of gameplay, so 36 turns. You get a lot more points to spend the longer you don't have your god, and those points can be spent on your god's magic and the Dominion itself. Dormant is a really nice halfway house, but Awake is good for a very quick rush. Regenerating, blood surging, blood bonding. I'm pretty sure there's a much cheaper chassis we could use for this. If anything had blood and nature on it, we'd get a much cheaper... Does anyone have blood and nature? No, and I also do not like the fact that I don't have Earth access anywhere. I love Earth access. But you know what? We're not here to play optimally, are we? I actually dream of the day of having this guy tooled up out there and just raising Cain. So maybe we'll have Asura and all of his wrath available, albeit at great cost. It's not like this... I don't think this is going to be a terrifyingly difficult run. I want at least 5 in Dominion strength, so I have a lot of units I want to raise. I'm fine going 2 turmoil, maybe not 3. 3 gives you a lot of horrible events. Oh, let's take 3 anyway. Make it as hot as possible. I don't actually mind taking a bit of death. I mean, the idea is we should be able to take enough land that it doesn't matter too much. I do want that, though, and now I'm in a bit of a pickle. Notably, unless your god gives you scale limit, you're limited to only plus or minus 2 on these. I couldn't go, say, 3 magic like I did before, although I think the effects are the same as we had before. Might take an extra bit of death just to get an extra bit of magic. Could I get just a little bit? Yeah, I can get up to 6 with that. Okay. I think this is what we'll go with. Within 9 to 15 turns, our big death monkey is going to be online, and that means regeneration and blood bond will work, and then our sacreds become very powerful. Our land will slowly die, which is bad. Eventually all the world will just die thanks to death scales. But it gives me points to spend. I might actually... Yeah, I will actually... You know what? I don't like taking lots of death, but the extra magic is really good for our research. But... I might just keep it completely zeroed there. Yeah, go on then. Is there still a blood nature spell that increases growth in your land? One can only hope. Let's see. Was it blood or nature? I think it was blood, not feast of flesh. What the heck was the name of that spell? It's a ritual, and I think it's R for rituals, although most blood things are rituals. Blood fecundity, that's it. Hey, it's cheaper than I thought. So this actually gives growth plus 2 wherever you do it. So you could have, say, your capital given blood fecundity, which is really good for increasing the economic output of it. So that's actually a nice counter to death or just not having growth. Growth is generally seen as one of the strongest scales in the game, because this 0.4% population growth in your provinces per turn really stacks up, and the bigger the province, the more that stacks. I think I'll go 0 on you. Alright, it's not an amazing build. People would scoff at this very build, but it's our build. The question is, who wants to be our god? Who looks at themselves in the mirror and they see a 10-foot tall, 3-headed titan able to rain down death and destruction? Because if that's you, you need to be my god. I'm Dutch, says Citizen. Growth 0 apparently still provides some base growth in Dom 6, so it's probably much less relevant. It remains to be seen. Right, this is our build. And no, you're not Gabby the Griffin. Any Dutch person. Surely if they rule over a band of monkeys, it has to be you. Brilliant idea. Today, I am God. Alright, so let's actually start the game. We've been streaming for an hour and are about to start. That sounds like typical Dominion's rate to me. So let's load up our world, the Dossing About map. It has 89 land provinces, 16 sea provinces. That sounds about right for 7 players, I'd say. Loaded map, full, it's got full north, south, east, west wraparound. The game name is First Game, EA Lanka. Early age game. Restrict to land nations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I play against Mighty AI. I thought about just playing against Difficult because new game, but you know what? Might make it for a fun day if I have to fight against, or fight for my life rather. We shall play, where are you now? Lanka, Land of Demons. They're completely random. Maybe I should make sure that some of them are new ones. Do we have any new nations? I don't ever recall there being Muspelheim. Yeah, you sound new, so we're going to make sure that we fight against you somewhere. Is anyone else here new? Was there always Betatos? Berry is old, okay. Ubar was introduced in Dom 5. In the early age, Muspelheim. Perrine is new. Perrine. Of course, this isn't ordered in any sensible way. Perrine, Kingdom of the Becrides. Hello. Sprawling caverns beneath densely forested mountain range. Extra gold in cave forts. Hello, what do we have here? Humanoid fur-wearing spear wielders that also fling poo. Okay. Giants with big club and boulder. Boulder's got very low ammunition, but boy does it hit hard, if it hits at all. Is there only Sacred, this midget guard? I suppose he's not that much of a midget, he's size 3, that's humanoid. Earth, air, nature, water. Alright, we'll make sure that we fight against you. And we've been told that Eriu has been reworked. Eriu. I know how frustrating it is to be watching this on stream. You can see Eriu, I can't see Eriu. I don't see them at all. Eriu is middle-aged. Damn you, Acronymus. Most people have this thing that stops them talking, but seems to be lacking there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. We are Lanka. Okay, good. Okay, I noticed this when I was testing it out earlier, and I see it here now. For some reason, there's no button to load your god. There used to be a button here that says load god that you have, but I don't see it here. I don't know. Yeah, it's not a big deal to build it again, but Create a templated pretender. T? No. Random pretender, physical form, da 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 da. Control L. Control L? Okay, there we go. Bizarre to hide that behind a shortcut, but at least it's there. Alright, there we go. It's me. All three of my heads are right where they should be. We're dormant. So that means this regeneration blood bond does nothing until I arrive. Until then, we have to make do with a blood surge. But testing your build is for chumps. Okay. Ah, Thrones has been segregated in its own tab here. Right. Let me think. There are 7 players. So 7 of you, 7 of the higher ones, 24 points. We'll say we win at 14? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so you'd actually need all the level 1s and 2s to win. Or start clambering away at level 3s. Maybe even knock that down to 12? Put you in grave danger. Someone gets all the 3s, they're at 9. 10, 11, 12. I think keep it at 14 then. What about the world? 1 province, normal independence, normal sites, story off, score graphs on, diplomacy binding, Hall of Fame maxed, 5. Ooh, we didn't used to be able to change mercenary slots. Let's keep it at 5. Global enchantment slots goes all the way up to 15. Yeah, go for it. Artifact Yearning. Now, I have no idea what Artifact Yearning is. The Artifact Yearning chance indicates the chance each month for a new Yearning artifact to appear. It will not start until someone has researched construction level 9. So could it be that there's just random artifacts that appear in the world and people can go and get them or make them? I don't know. I don't like limiting artifact forging. Now, here's an interesting thing. Limited legendary spells. So you can set it that research level 9, you only research 1 spell at a time. That's fine by me. Actually a very nice change, I'd even say, because the top level spells are incredibly heavy. Story events are just special events that apply to your nation and your nation only. In my experience, they're all just really annoying, and they pull you out of the game. So I can see why they're disabled by default. If I somehow become AI, make me a mighty AI. I always like random research. Allow renaming. Master password no. Cheat prevention is active. Doesn't make any difference on single player. I'll keep it active. Does nothing, basically. Just means that if somebody cheats, everybody learns that that person has attempted to cheat. I don't think it stops it, but it puts out a global message, so that person will probably never find people to play multiplayer Dominions with ever again. It's not a difficult game to cheat in, though. I wanted to set up a test game, so I just tried to edit the amount of gems I had, and it just worked. Very simple. I assume it's easy enough to do in multiplayer. Right. In the beginning there was chaos. Wars are fought. Kings and emperors rose and fell. Now the wheel is turned again. Same message that we had before. Still called the Ascension Wars from Dom 5. Now, here we go. Ooh. This was the really nice starting location that we saw when we tested out this map. Good to see that it's still ours. So, we are Lanka. Ah, of course, it'll have the same province names that we saw when testing. They were already set there. Interestingly, we immediately have a gateway to another portal right here. Or a gateway to another plane, rather. That will take us down to the unknown plane. We don't know about it just yet. I don't even know how you enter this, but I assume we have to enter the Baltic Sea. And then once we're in the Baltic Sea, we'll be able to go down to the gateway. It's my best guess. Obra Dinn, he likes the boat. Nothing wrong with Obra Dinn. Well, actually, there's a few things wrong with Obra Dinn, but it was an impressive game to see. Aberdeen is a barren wasteland. Alright, so we start out with Lanka, population... Holy Christ! 39,000 population in early age? Nation capital. Wow, that's huge. Why do we have so many people? And yeah, look at that. We actually have base population growth. However, we have such a dense population that it is not growing at all. Huh, interesting. So there's actually logical extremes to which population grows to. I wonder if it prevents provinces from completely dying then, or at least dead provinces are able to come back. Right, so Annecy Cat is our starting commander. I don't think I want to make them a prophet just yet. But who else would become a prophet? I don't think I need Bandaraja there as it. Actually, yeah, I think you will. So, Annecy Cat, your first order of beeswax is to become prophet. Popuri, our pink-haired goddess from the early Harvest Moon games. You're a good stealthy unit, and I need you to go out and explore. But unlike previous dominions, there's Fog of War now, so we don't know what's out there. I created the map, so I've seen its preview, but I don't actually know what is going on out there. Didn't this map have an island? Actually, if I'm stuck in the island, that's going to be sad. I can tell straight away that there's a connection down from Hull, so I'm going to explore Hull a bit. I might crank out 2 more scouts immediately just to learn a bit more. Early scouting seems to be more useful since we have Fog of War. And I need some units to expand early. Now, this is rather nice. Normally, you can't recruit so many on your first turn, but we have decent resources and recruitment points. So I could actually get myself a fair number of guys. I could use the Kalamukas. Get myself a whole bunch of mooks, but I think what I really want is my auto-clicker brought back. Auto-clicker triggers 10 times. Let's make it 5. No, let's keep it at 10. There we go. This UI remains as fairly horrible as it always has been. But yeah, if I grab myself just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Palankashas, maybe even just 5 of them. Oh no, I want to get a bunch of them. I should be able to expand with these guys fairly easily. And going forward, I want to grab another sacred guy. Who's my sacred around here? I don't particularly want to put Raktapata out in the front lines, and Raksharaja is too expensive. So actually my options for a sacred leader don't look that great, do they? So I might actually need Raktapatas to lead the army, which is a terrifying proposition. They can do it though. I can do it. I just need someone that can bless though. You're my cheapest priest. It's early age, so magic is rampant. Yeah, it's almost scary to say, but I'm going to be cranking out Raktapatas early. Alright, but I still want my Marakata scouts out first. So Popuri goes and explores, Anticat becomes a prophet. I won't blind expand. After 1 turn you see what's in the provinces adjacent to your capital. You could, if you're feeling very ballsy, just take your army and run right into one of them. But very high chance you just get mulched, because you don't know what's there. So the UX here all looks very different-ish. Not entirely sure I like it, actually. There's tiny icons up here. But the hotkeys still seem to work. I can press Y to check out my army here. I can press E to end my turn. T for the army setup here. Question mark to see everything. I don't recall F5 being my research screen, but there it is. We started out with 1 evocation, 1 enchantment. I didn't consider what my god was going to do. But I might want personal regeneration. I think personal regeneration is an enchantment. Yeah, getting that on my god actually seems really tempting. He'll have no problem casting that on himself. Assuming I can get the research to get there. 100 points, yeesh, but I do want that. On top of that, doesn't he have a bit of air? Personal mist form would also be amazing. If anything, mist form would be better. Anyway, get a little bit of enchantment and alteration so that my god has some actual lasting power out there. On top of that, you need construction level 1 just to make trinkets. And I certainly want that. So I do want my god to be able to get out there and actually wreak havoc, so let's go with that. The reason why the other planes don't have random province names is because they're a separate map file. But wait, I know it's there, but I didn't get another map file for it. Map. I don't know where they're stored. Maybe they're in the save game? First game, EA Lanka. No, surely it would be part of the map file. Well, I don't see it, and I'm sure it's there somewhere, but it's no concern for us right now. Anything else to worry about here? Army setup, fine. Commander's fine. Mercenaries, the only guy here is Dagan. It actually shows you what's there, but I still can't click on him to find out what the situation is. Does the Dom 5 Mod Inspector know anything about Dagan? Let's put away Mandeha. Let's keep Rakshasa Warrior, though. Mercenary. Dagan, the Renegade Sage, is still there. And he's just a 1 Astral Sage. I suppose if you wanted to pay money for early game research, that's an option. Adept Researcher, great. But why you'd pay for that, I don't know, because you only get him for 3 months. So no, I'm not having Dagan. I also can't afford him. Province Chronicle button is there. I don't think it was there before. We can send messages. I could send a text message. I could send gold to anybody. Oh, this is a way to see who our enemies are. One of the many ways. Rus Muspelheim, who we put in Machaka before they became the Spider Warriors and the Sorceresses. Very cool. I love Middle Age Machaka, Early Age. I don't think I've ever played as. Perrine, Saromatia, Makone. Right, this is new though. Diplomatic Missives. I can't send one because I don't know about them, but once we do learn about someone, we'll see what is available there. Nation overview, there's not much to overview. We have the score graphs. There's not even a turn pass to check on that though. Hall of Fame won't be full yet. Pretenders of the World, another way to check. Oh, our enemies are Baba, Pudding, Early Access, Ichix, Havelock, and Ken Masters. What a bunch. So many enchantments available. The magical item treasury has expanded significantly, but it hasn't really had any UI improvements. I really just wanted a way to sort this or tab this, like have one for helmets and armors and whatnot. As it stands, this is still going to be a headache to manage. However, it is slightly made less of a headache because you have an overview of where your items are. If you put an item on a unit, you'll find them here, and we will be putting items on units. And here are the Thrones of the World. The most interesting ones are the high value ones. Splendor. Blessed troops get all makes Throne of Splendor an incredible throne to get access to. Ascension points, yes. Dominion spread, of course. Throne of Elements gives a good amount of gems. That evocation bonus. How many evocation rituals do you have? Throne of Creation. Resources. Ooh, amazing place to do all of your magical item construction and your conjuring rituals. If you wanted to conjure up, say, the worm that walks. Is that conjuring? Let's say it is. You'll want to do it here. Casting level up 1 as well. Holy smokes, now this is a throne to have. The level 3 thrones are always amazing, though. Level 2 ones are good. Oh my. Crystal Mage, Glamour. Glamour access. Even the Glamour Gem, which is new to Dom 6. It's mostly remote attack stuff. To be fair, those can be really good. You can roast or freeze a province full of an army and really weaken, say, an assault force. Pardon me. What else do we have? Just options. Does this button work? It didn't work when I tried it yesterday. Oh, it does! It actually does. Can we put that? Yeah, there we go. This was offline yesterday, and now it is. Manuals on modding, file formats, the main manual. Oh, baby. Okay, well, we won't be indulging in that for now, but it's good to know it's there and good to know it works. And finally, just end the turn. So, Lupin the Third, Armedial Rohan, oh, that's our Antsy Cat, and Maharaja Nick 229. Those are our enemy prophets. We killed them, that's always nice. It's good to shut down the enemy's ability to do Divine Blessing and spread their disgusting words. What's this stuff called again? Dominion. Right, the title of the game. Spreading Dominion. This glowy part is our Dominion, just shows our godly reach. Good effects for being in it, bad effects for being out it, very bad for being in enemy Dominion as well. Oh, the Dom 5 inspector's on screen, thanks. I do forget that occasionally, so yelling at me is good. As I was saying, this glowy part is our Dominion. Right, we got our little scouts out. Go into the Purple Disaster. Is there a path up to Alexandria? There is. There's a lot of swamp around me. I don't like that. Swamp provinces have low income, it's slow to move around. The good thing is that you get better magical sites out of them. Does Loch Ness go up that way? I see a bit of land there, but I don't think it connects, which could be pretty bad for us. Even so... Actually, maybe just you going via the Baltic Sea will unveil enough of this. This doesn't appear to be connected to anything. So, IFT Clerk, I want you to head over to the Big Blue Blob and investigate what is beyond there. Antsy Cat has now gained 3 levels of Priest. Does not cost me any upkeep, and is now going to be in charge of my brand new Balanch... Oh, wait. Oh, bollocks. Mistakes have been made. Being a demon... You actually cannot be led by my Bandar commander. Huh. Dang. Okay, that has become something of a problem. How much money do I have? 508. Well, Guess I am getting Raktapatas then. Alright, let's grab Raktapatas. Let's grab these. And the Raktapatas are going to be leading, which means Antsy Cat is going to be going out with our benign army. Fortunately, the Baltic Sea, militia, light cavalry, heavy cavalry. Ooh, that's actually kind of bad. It looks tiny, but that 20 enemy units could be as many as 39. They're mostly militia, though. For all we know, it's only like 2 units of cavalry, but it could be... What could this be? This could be 20 militia and 19 light, or 18 light cavalry or so. Obra Dinn, archers, militias, light. Barbarians are scary. Go figure, it's Aberdeen. Pechenegs is useless units, but a lot of them. Big Blue Blob, Harborang, man, you know. Well, sometimes you just gotta get through days like this. Antsy Cat, you are marching into the Baltic Sea. And you are going to cast spells from the back. You're just gonna boost morale and stuff. My undisciplined... Was this always right-click to move these around? Left-click to select, right-click to move. Why does that feel wrong to me? Anyway, the archers are going to be on the back. The infantry... Oh, I really can't give formations here. That's a shame. Atavi archers... Infantry, archers... Alright, so... Ah, there we go, there we go. I thought I couldn't select them, but now there they are. Could I divide you up further? I don't think I could. I think I will actually do this. My units will pour around the archers, but if there is a frontal charge by heavy cavalry, the Marcata archers are going to eat that charge so that I don't have to deal with it. I mean, it might be terrible, but it's what we'll do. Undisciplined, I can't even give you orders anyway. As for you, I want you to hold an attack, and you just fire. Or perhaps hold and fire. Yeah, that should do fine. Alright, might work, might not. Either way, this army is very throwaway. Once I have Raktapata online, it is a she, right? I thought, yeah, you look kind of masculine, don't you? I know that the Rakshasis are women. Just so hard to tell with monkeys, isn't it? Right, get on with it. And don't fill me with regret. You can box select units now, I beg your pardon. Wow! Amazing! The evolution. Alright, but how was it again? You guys up front, you guys just behind. You're the wrong unit. You just center yourself. What a world we live in. I swear these used to have icons showing the units on them, but no, they didn't. It's what they did was they didn't have text on them. Right. Let's see how we do. First battle of the actual campaign. It could go terribly. We could all die here. I'm not concerned. This is new though. The music changes when you enter into battle. I'm pretty sure that's going to get annoying eventually, but for now, all is well. Oh dear lord. Okay, so again, our scout or our scouting told us that there were 20 units here. What's the button for overview? Unit overview, F1. How many units is that? That's quite a lot. Also, it's in alphabetical order of all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heavy cavalry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's 21 cavalry. And militia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So our scout of 20, there's actually 35 of them, and there are a huge amount of cavalry. And there are multiple mounted commanders. This is freaking horrible. Our monkeys are almost assuredly going to die because these heavy cavalry are a whole lot stronger than we can deal with. Look at that protection. Our flinging poo is not going to get through that. On top of that, we're going to get shot at by these horse archers, which have already shot dead a whole bunch of our monkeys. This poor little monkey got shot but survived. Shot but survived. Oh, I thought there'd be more injuries. I guess tiny little monkeys are more interested in dying. Right, but the whole point of putting these crappy monkeys up front, as they actually do a bit of archery shots, is to eat this spear charge. So this lance, I don't know what it's called, the pound sign lance, but it can only be used once. So it comes in, it does huge damage, but it only hits one target and then it can't be used anymore. So better that it kill one of my crappy little monkeys. And now I just have to hope that I can club these monkeys to death, club these humans to death. But honestly, it's looking very bad for me already. My monkeys are retreating. The only hope I really have is that... oh, okay, right, well, I don't have hope. This is a lost battle for sure. Their heavy cavalry are still there causing me grief. Okay, best case scenario is now that my prophet routs and survives. But with the enemy's heavy cavalry, that's looking less and less likely. Oh, but hey, he does have Blood Surge. He just killed somebody. And now he's enjoying a whole lot more attack and defense skills. So, well, he's not going to single-handedly change the outcome here. It's still cool to see him there. But now he's routing. And my only hope is that he doesn't die on the rout. Leave the archers to die. You must survive. Because it takes me a while to get myself a new prophet. So yeah, that was a disaster. That's just the risk you take. Like I said, scouting reports can be quite inaccurate. Within a certain amount, right? This was never going to be 100 units here. But it could have been, I think, as low as 11 or as high as 39 units. And it ended up being 35. And yes, routing from horses does mean you're going to get chased down and slaughtered by horses. A scary amount, and the battle results is going to show that we didn't do much. What about that warhorse? The warhorse actually killed 3 units itself. The cavalrymen also killed 3. Is that a shared number, or... I don't know. I want a second opinion. You killed 3, your horse killed 1. Okay, so it does differentiate between horse kills and not horse kills. At least you're weakened and limp, but woof, rough. Freaking rough. Yeah, mounts are a separate entity. That's one of the big changes here. Wait, I was wrong. It was the full 39 because I didn't count commanders. That was as bad as that could have possibly been. So more than half of my army is dead. A further 11 routed on retreat. But I'm not very fussed about that, right? This is always the risk of expanding with my initial army, and I knew there was a chance of this just being very heavily in the cavalries and not very heavy in the militia. So I knew the risks, I took the risk, I got burned for it. Probably should have gone to Obra Dinn instead, because there were no mounted units there, but, you know, you live and you learn, except those monkeys no longer lived. Holy crap, that's a lot of barbarians. Right, so, how do we come back from this mess? Well, we give Barbarossa, who can actually lead undead, which also includes demons. You get the awesome-ish army. I'm going to... Oh, hang on. The doorbell's going. I got a... Alright, there we go. Gotta hand it to UPS, they actually managed a delivery. When I saw that something was coming by UPS, I just thought, oh god, here we go. And then I get the notification, your delivery will arrive between 4 AM and 8 PM. But there it is. The days of double-clicking mouse are soon coming to an end because that package contained a replacement for the Logitech G502. I will never buy Logitech again, I think. Right, where was I at? This is Barbarossa. he, I guess, is going to be righting the wrongs that we just saw. Now, I don't exactly think that our Palankashas, as awesome as they are going to defeat what we were just fighting against there. They don't have regeneration or blood bond, but they do have blood surge. So, I'm going to put a little bit of a bodyguarding on Barbarossa. I guess that'll do. I don't really care much about these archers, and they're not going to fire as bodyguard. It's just something to protect Barbarossa from bad things happening. Although I could easily just add a couple of these now. I want them to be the expansion party. Barbarossa will take care of things, starting with the Obra In the Obra it will work as such. I actually want to be as close to my enemy as possible. And you guys will simply attack closest. You will cast spells, and I absolutely want you to start out with a couple of blessings. And you'll probably just bless until everyone is blessed, and then just get on with it. Right. Had to release my Logitech 3 times for faulty switches, but it's great after getting... No, I think Logitech want to have the Razors model. You know, you buy the Razors, but you get fenced on the blades. So I think they're purposely making their faulty switches. Or at the very least cheapening out on purpose. I'm too disgusted, so I'm not gonna play that game. Oh, it's worth noting that since Antsy Cat actually survived, I don't have to send out Barbarossa. But I think Antsy Cat right now will, let's see, Dominion 3... I'm actually going to have you preach, almost unbelievably. Almost unbelievably. Barbarossa can lead the army. Maybe you can lead the next army that's coming in, but I need a lot of Raktapatas coming in. I'd love Raksha Raja to be part of it, but this'll do. This'll do. Right, you've unveiled from the Big Blue Blob, Altdorf, and the Ant Mines. Do we think this connects to more land? I don't think it does. We've got Hull, we've got the Northeast Corridor. We're going to go down to the Northeast Corridor through the Ant Mines and across that bridge. Wasn't the plan to go via... Oh, here we are. Here is Pot Puriat, the Purple Disaster. Go and explore Old Bulworth Vale and then curve back around towards Aberdeen. I want to know what's going on around there. It's only been one turn, so... Wow, you actually got far in one turn. So I'm not too worried about the lack of progress. The AI is usually slow to do initial expansion, but the AI gets a lot of bonuses. At least it did in Dom 5. I'm working a lot with old Dom 5 knowledge. Yeah, I'm also liking the Fog of War Commissar. Previously, you could just see the whole map. You didn't know where everybody was, but you could usually infer information. But now you have to go, what's beyond here? For all I know, this is a dead end surrounded by water. For all I know, it's a large archipelago. I have seen the map. I generated this map. But I've already forgotten the map, so it all feels new to me. You also don't know what is going to be where. What's forest, what's swamp, what's wasteland. So actually, although I have 7 connectors on my capital, which is great... one is swamp and one is wasteland, and those are pretty grim. Do I see the income of the provinces? I guess only if I've been there now? No, we actually see it. Well, I don't see Aberdeen. Right, we see it when our Dominion is there. The idea of getting 81 income from a swamp is huge, so they've definitely buffed the numbers. 142 income, that should be a farmland or a very populous plains area. That's something worth noting. I have no farmland nearby. In fact, we see no farmland whatsoever. Farmlands are great for income. Does the wrapping at the edge change as you explore more? I don't know what you mean, but probably not. Right. I got nothing to worry about, surely. Oberdeen is going down. So this is going to be the difference between my glorious demon monkeys as opposed to my little poo-flinging chimps. Now what are we fighting against? We're fighting against, honestly, fairly small, weak army, right? We've got militia here up front, quickly assembled, inferior morale, cheap stuff. It's not that bad, but Christ, they should never be in battle, right? Militia are there to man the walls of a fort and keep that defense up, because for all their weaknesses, they are still siege defense and siege strength. This is light infantry, slightly better, equipped with a javelin that can really nastily impale one of your units. And some crummy archers, but honestly, this should be done and done right. I shouldn't even lose a single unit unless I get criminally unlucky. Although, one thing that could really happen is a stray shot strikes Barbarossa right in the face or the heart and kills it dead. I guess they are wearing a bronze cap, and they have natural protection from their furry body, but it's more than possible that, yeah, see this poor bugger right here? Body blocking for my mage. Anyway, now our glorious demon monkeys are in range. This one's already taken a big hit. Crikey, look at that. That's the javelin I'm talking about. Javelin came in, did 21 damage, protected for 12. Of course, you get your revenge and splat. But this is weird, they're not blessed. I should probably have you on weight and attack then, because you didn't bless them. Okay, there we go. Some of them are blessed. Get another blessing in. I actually think one of them died to a javelin. That's very sad. Very sad to see them not blessed, right? A mistake has been made by me, then I really need to have them on weight and attack so that the blessing gets in. That way their blood surging would be activating. Currently it's not, even though you have killed people. I'm surprised the enemy isn't routing, truth be told. I'd be routing if I saw these things. They're more than a head higher than you. Like a giant falchion, they just come in, slice, and then suddenly they turn red. Scary stuff. But it's good, every kill they get's cranking up their experience, and I would love to see these guys get experienced. Every notch of experience giving them more attack and defense skill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm certain one of them died though. Oh, they didn't die. Okay, very good. Very, very good. Thought I saw one of them die to a javelin, but I guess they did damage and then moved away. So yes, 46 of them, 16 of us. And 5 of us weren't even in combat. We went on a slaughter, and it's only Blood Surge. They don't have Regeneration or Blood Bond yet, so these units are only going to get stronger. I think your demon monkeys might be Gorilla Tiger demons. They seem solid. And that was without properly blessing them. Yes, a mistake that we shall not repeat. Did we take any actual injuries, though? Because one thing that I really like about this game, the thing that I think really clicked for me, was when I noticed how individual every unit is. So together they form a mighty army. They are the links in the chain. But they are still individuals. So this poor guy has now got a never-healing wound because probably that javelin pierced him right through somewhere. You get all your health back at the end of a fight, but these injuries can really pile up. And that injury is never going to go away. But there's never a true never in Dominions. There are ways to get rid of injuries, and we might be able to get Gift of Health up to fix that. But yeah, this guy, you know, I might actually start bonding with him during the campaign, and I go, oh man, that nameless rank-and-file soldier carried on despite that never-healing wound. Maybe he loses an arm as well. He goes limp and gets dementia, and I just start feeling for him. And then I could actually start elevating him. I could elevate him to a commander, give him ceremonial armor, boost him up in magic, and suddenly have him really calling the shots in the army. I think the moment that clicked for me was when I was playing as Ulm, and I realized the war dogs could do that. You could take a little war dog, normally just there to eat cavalry charges and flank your enemies, and then you could boost them up, give them armor, give them trinkets, transform them. Oh my days, that's where the game just really comes alive. A lot of that is in no way optimal ways to play, but who cares about optimal in this game? People who've lost their passion, that's who. Long deads and ghouls. They should be easy enough for us to eat. Light infantry, heavy infantry, archers. That could be a problem, because this is the same army that we just fought, but considerably larger. In fact, I'm getting the overall impression that the independent armies are a lot stronger than they were before. Was it hard to mod the named areas for this game? No, it was incredibly easy. I'm going to take out Loch Ness. And I'm actually tempted to bring in reinforcements. I don't like the idea that I'm skimping on my skimping on my expansions here, but I think I'd want extra units going in to take care of Shitatsu Sho's holiday home. That's okay though. Like I said, this isn't a competitive game. I don't need to have 20 provinces by turn 10, which is the that's the test for good expansion. 20 provinces by turn 10, or the end of the first year, whichever. Puts you in a very strong position. Okay, Makoni, we see you there down south. Fortunately divided by this river, so I could choke you out by reinforcing, say, Passioneggs, Hull, and Ant mines if I expand out that far. Alexandria, the Frankfurt main central station is there, and we can already see the wraparound. I'm going to check out Frankfurt. Potpuri, I want you to check out the coastal highway. I would actually like you to remain on coastal highway. I could actually grab a chieftain here. I will not though, but I'm tempted. He'd be another scout that I could just place down somewhere, but my homemade scouts are just so much cheaper. Also, I realise now it's actually holy points that are keeping back my recruitment. Maybe I should have put in more holy points than I did, because I do have the everything to make more. Well, needs must. That means I could actually make a half-decent army addition with light bandar archers. Just have some back row decent shots. I'm just loath to buy these guys, because they cost just so much for what they do. Holy points are a limit on the sacred units that you can get. Of course, your holy points limit goes up depending on the strength of your dominion. We started at strength 5, which was fairly standard, but it really 6 even, I think. Well, I have 6 to spend, so maybe it's 1 plus whatever we have. Anyway, it's a limit on how many of these awesome sacreds that I can build. Could also have just regular Bandar warriors just to bulk out the front line. Decent-ish. You know what, I think I might actually benefit from grabbing a fair few light Bandar archers. And I'll be able to just have a back row of them. They can anchor my everything. Some sacreds apparently cost multiple holy points. Ah, so you can't have a veritable army of your giant frosty Niflheim people. It's Niflheim, right? Right, hopefully Loch Ness goes well. There are a lot of them, but they are undeads. Hang on, do you blood surge when you kill undeads, or is it inanimates that it doesn't proc on? Could be a problem however we look at it. Anyway, hold and attack closest, please. Actually, maybe just hold and attack. Get a good blessing in there. This could go very badly. 110 of them are a lot, and we only single target attack. I'm actually starting to think this is a very bad idea. Very, very bad idea. I think rather than do that, I'm going to take it easy this turn. We're going to build up a little bit more of a force, and we're just going to have a reasonable wrecking ball to take out my cap circle, because I think Aberdeen is pretty much a waste of space. It's barbarians and it's a wasteland. But taking Baltic Sea, maybe even Arborang, definitely big blue blob, that's what I should focus on right now. A slow start, to be sure, but I can handle it. On top of that, I might actually get my extra 2 scouts. I know I'm foregoing another Raktapata, but if I forgo you for now, I could do something like this. Alright, I'll go with that. Annie's cat has actually maxed things out there. I need to put on a little bit of province defense. We'd be a lot stronger if I took an Awake God, but I would have had far fewer points to spend. Right, there's a lot more information needed up top. Bloody Mary, I want you to check out Dire Docks and see where it connects to. Harry Pollitt, I want you to make your way up to Lake Hylia. French Painter. Altdorf almost certainly goes around to somewhere else, and there is Machatka. so we're already finding our enemies. Head over to Altdorf and tell me about it. Hot Puri, I might have you just wait on Coastal Highway. I know there's more exploring to be done, but I'd quite like to know what our foes are getting up to out there. No, it's not worth it. I need to know what's happening around here. Go to Cornwall and then head up towards Aberdeen. I need to know what my borders are going to look like. Head down to Grassenheller University. And now with our units here, tell you what, I'm going to take all of you under the divine command of... Oh yeah, you can't do that. Why do I keep thinking that you can? Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take this big-ass army. I will add archers to it. I kind of just want these monkeys dead, so I will give you these monkeys as well. You are on the bodyguarding, which is fine. And I'm going to send the both of you together. Almost unthinkable, but let's do it. Let's get a revenge on these knights. So how this is going to go is not quite front-lining like that. So... maybe hold back a bit. Palankasha is over here, wait and attack. Undisciplined losers just eat the cavalry charge that's coming in. And then our archers are just on hold and fire. Let's hold and fire anyway. Does it even have a hotkey? Maybe just... whatever. Fire. You'll figure it out. Undisciplined, hold and attack, blessing, blessing. Actually, you don't need to bless at all. I do want you to do spells, but this guy can cast Divine Blessing. We'll take some losses, and I'm okay with that. As long as you hold an attack, we should be fine. And now we get back to having our Raktapatas, because I'm going to need a whole load of them. Now, the old numbers used to be, if a province has between 5 and 10,000 population, you should blood hunt in it. That number probably doesn't work so well anymore, but I'm not about to get my blood hunting going immediately. Hey! That doesn't look too dissimilar to Balaton, but reversed. There's a throne there. We could only get there in cold weather, but we have heat scales, so it's not going to be cold. Alright, alright. Let's take it. 3,000 or so different units. Hard to get a better graphic of all of those. Right, Baltic Sea. Revenge of... Again, in comes the cavalry. Hopefully they just murk our little monkeys, who are busy flinging their poo. Yeah, these monkeys exist to die, and truth be told, I want them dead. They're not worth paying 4 gold per year for just to be there. Our archers actually move forward to get a shot in, that's fine. And there we go. The cavalry charge is now used up. Those lances are one use only. They have been used on these monkeys. The funny thing about the monkeys is they have a surprisingly good defense skill. That's pretty good. That actually puts them in a reasonable shot of actually dodging the cavalry charge. And even if you do hit them, you kill a useless monkey. Oh, there we go. This is very new in Dom 6. 30 damage was just dealt to this guy's mount. So he fell off his mount for 5 damage. I don't know if that's set damage or not. I'm pretty sure it's not. Is there a way to get the number on that? Like super detailed info? Ah, here we go. So the Palankasha hit the Cataphracт War horse in the leg for 10 damage. It killed the horse. Da-da-da-da-da. No indication of what happened to the rider, but I'm pretty sure it did a roll for how much damage the rider took. Because I'm sure I've seen it. Ah, here's another rider that fell off his horse. Fell off his mount for 1 damage. So I think it's like 1 armor negating damage, which can roll higher. So now suddenly these heavy cavalry that was such a problem for me are getting utterly monked by our demon monkeys. The demon monkeys get ever stronger because every one of them are blessed, so they're all getting blood surged whenever they score a kill. Those are the red ones. The horse flees, as well it should. It's also profusely bleeding, so it's going to die before it gets out. It's going to die. There we go. Don't try and prove me wrong, game. And now all that remains are their cavalry archers. These are not Mongolian cavalry archers. They don't run around and shoot. Some units can. Pretty rare, though. And actually, they're seeing some return fire. Light cavalryman without his horse. Again, took 1 damage from falling off of it. So yeah, you target mount or rider. One of the frustrating things about mounted units in Dominions 5, especially if they were humans, is that it was very annoying because their hit points are based on the rider. So the rider has like 10 hit points, like a human normally does, and oh, he gets hit for 12 and he's dead, and your expensive cavalry is now gone. Now there's a reasonable chance that the shot hits the horse, sparing the rider, and the horses tend to have good hit points. Even this riding horse has 18, that's almost double a standard human. Doesn't matter for us though, they all run away. Have you been part of the beta? No, I have not. Is this the first game for you? No, it is not. I mean, I played plenty of Dom 5, I played a tiny bit of Dom 4, but Dom 4 was horrible. But I got access to this game this evening. Illwinter were kind enough to provide a copy for me. So, as was intended, our Markata archers took the damage that could have gone to the Palankashas, and the Palankashas cleaned up. How did they kill 39 against 34? They were killing horses and riders. 10 units dispersed. Okay, so all those little monkeys dispersed on their own. 4 of them remain. I wanted them all dead, but make do with what we have. Let's give that a little bit of reinforcement, and now the Baltic Seas, resources and income are ours to enjoy. Antsicat and Barbarossa are making a good team here. I would actually like Alexandria as a fort of my own just to block off enemy expansion in this direction. So I'm actually going to take Alexandria and double back for Arbarang and stack up defense on Alexandria. The AI is more likely to go to Frankfurt Central Station than Alexandria because the AI loves thrones, for good reason, but it's a lot of work to clear a throne. Point is, you take care of that and then keep circling around and eating all of this. The blood hunters that I have here, I'm going to keep forgetting their name, but they're Raktapatas. They're going to research, and my research, which I keep forgetting, is F5. Enchantment, alteration, then construction. That should be enough to make my god actually able to fend for themselves in a fight. Here's another question though. What is this gateway? Could you use the gateway? Could you use the gateway? I don't know how to use this Oh, you move towards it. Well, that is interesting, and all the more reason to grab myself another stealthy individual. I'm actually going to grab 2 chieftains just to go exploring a bit. I could always use them to move around units later on, but right now I want to explore down the gateway and maybe just have another one to check Aberdeen from the north to the south. Bloody Mary, cross the Dire Dock into Mystery Lake. Bornholm, the first? No, I suppose the second farmlands we've seen. Very lucky, Machatka have Granite City right next to them. They can get loads of money out of that. However, they're probably going to fight against Makoni for that, so it's good when my enemies fight each other. Less work for me. We're going to check this area from the north. You go and check Granite City. Pot Puri. It's too dangerous there. I want you to go to... Ooh, I really don't want you in Sarmatia. There's a good chance you'll get discovered. But take that risk. Over here, I'm not confident enough for that to be in an attacking army, so I'm going to continue to build up Palankashas and Light Bandar archers. That'll be my army core. So we'll just expand with what we have for now. I do dream of getting a Sight Searcher. And the Sight Searcher is probably going to be a Rakshasi. Death, Nature, Glamour, Blood. In all likeliness, 2 of them are going to be level 2. Level 3 Sight Searching is a bit redundant, but level 2 is really good. There is also Yugini, a much more budgeted version, but then I don't get to search for glamour. Also, you have no boosters, but man, Rakshasi is expensive. There's also Raksharaja. Raksharaja can also search for air, and I will want air gems. But I think it will be a Rakshasi. Rakshasi. You're a powerful bugger, don't you know? There is another option that's available to me, and that is to take all the corpses here and reanimate them. Barbarossa right now could do reanimation. Look at that, I could get ghouls, soulless, or long deads. I'm never a big fan of soulless, honestly. Out of all the options, I'd prefer to have long deads, even though those don't need corpses, so you think they'd be worse. I guess they are, but it's the kind of thing you want to bulk up. Anyway, point is I'm not doing that. I'm more interested in expanding while I can. Right. I'd love to expand a lot more than I'm doing right now. This is... any experienced player is looking at this thinking, what is he doing? But you know what? I'm fine with that. Princess Daisy is now the prophet of early access. No, Nintendo, no. Right, Alexandria. We had a fight. I didn't think it would be much trouble, but let's have a look at it. Oh yeah, it's just little mud dwellers here, jaguar tribes. Never been very scared of these guys, although they're even worse when they're naked. They have shields made of hides. These guys have decent-ish armor, but our falchions will slice right through them. Our Annecy cat does Divine Blessing, which blesses all units, all friendly units. Our archers get into position to put out a very small amount of projectiles. They do a lot more projectiles on us, and granted they do tiny bits of damage, but we actually have bucklers, which means we're really good at blocking incoming projectiles. We don't have helmets on, so there's a small chance they'd hit us in the head and cause horrible damage and or dementia, but... Oh wow, whoa, man. Did one of you just get completely murked? I don't see unit died there, but certainly someone felt something rather unpleasant happening. Actually, I did think one of them just died there. Tragic. I don't like the idea of losing any of these to that, but no, I don't think they died. They'd show up as dead here. Anyway, get revenge against all these people slinging at you. They even cause friendly fire with their slinging and arrowing, but there we go. And lots of red showing up because we've been killing. And every kill we get boosts up our experience further, so some of us now have experience. More morale, more attack skill, etc. That's telling you go to the wiki, but no, we see experience bonus on attack skill, experience bonus on defense, experience bonus on morale. Is it precision? Yeah, precision, although precision doesn't matter if you don't have a ranged attack, and these guys do not. I mean, I could give them ranged attacks, but it would be very expensive. I'd have to elevate them to commanders and give them special ranged weapons. I've never been a big fan of benign ranged attacks in this game. Massed archery and the like. Alright. Encircle the retreaters. Few shall survive. They're allowed to go and tell the tale of what happened here. This really looks way too similar to 5. Yeah, it is extremely similar to 5. It is actually one of the reasons that this game might not take over my channel for weeks and months to come. I played a lot of Dominions 5 in 2023, including a lot of randomizer fun, and actually stripping away the nice mods that I was playing with, it really does just feel like Dominions 5 plus some quality of life mods, and some things that could have easily just been mods. Disaster while researching. One of your guys has lost an eye. Fortunately, that's not going to impact your ability to do any researching. But try and stay safe later on. Been watching for 10 minutes. I thought this was Dominions 5, yeah. I mean, I'm not here to defend that. It really does not change much from Dom 5. Which I guess is not a great advertisement for the sequel, is it? Right, Alexandria. Let's get you some additional defenses coming in. Frankfurt Central Station is a... Excuse me. I've got my noise suppression off these days, so I need to time my muting if I need to cough or anything like that. It's not unthinkable that I go and take Frankfurt Central Station. This is not a lot of enemies for me to take care of, but the odds of that throne being something so important that I really need to hold on to it is quite low, and it would cost me a couple of turns of securing my cap circle, so I shall not do that. Do I want to take care of Hull? Maybe after one more turn of getting my Palankashas. What's up with the names, LOL? I use a custom names list. So we get Perfect Hatred, Bornholm, Mystery Lake, and Mudskipper Puddles, and Cornwall. I just got really tired of seeing the same names in Dominions 5 all the time. It'd always be like Old Man Mountain, and Elron, and something something Woods. So I put together a list of hundreds of names, and it wasn't just me, it was a group effort. Right, Hulau Gate. No, I'm going to take pockets. No, I will take out Hulau Gate because Mother's Little Helper is going to Aberdeen, and we'll see what's happening south of there. I do like the Fog of War, that is pretty cool. But again, did we need a sequel to get Fog of War? I'm unconvinced. Maybe go down to Erfurt. Let's see what's happening around Sparse Reef, even though you're on your way to Helia. Let's go to Mountain Pass then. Looking good. It's a decent-ish army for Banjo. But one bit more and I will send you off to Hull. And then Purple Disaster. I would actually like to have Purple Disaster for myself. Anything worth recruiting in our new province? Hey, Jaguar Tribe Priest. That's pretty cool. The problem is it's only 10% chance, but if I were to crank out a lot of these guys, I'd finally have a little bit of access to Fire, Water, and Astral, all of which I have no current access to. The problem is if you get one of these guys and they don't have any of those paths, they're really useless. 3 research. Not horrible upkeep cost because they're sacred, but yeah, I would have no use for them really. So I'm not gonna waste my time recruiting them. How's our army looking here? Picked up another little bit of a bang, a never healing wound on you, which we had before, and a chest wound on you. The chest wound is new, otherwise they continue on. There's almost 2,000 names. I think in terms of the names of places, it's 500, maybe 700. Send the useless ones on spying missions. I could place them on forts, but it's such a waste of upkeep. 58 for a not very good spy. Well, not even a spy, just a scout. Doesn't seem worth it. I really like these units, the Lizard Warriors. They got their Trident and they have their Bite. So 2 attacks, 3 to a square. That's all pretty good so far. And they did manage to kill one of us. Not unsurprising. But that's the nature of Dominions. No matter how good you make your units, there will be ones that die. Even if you keep them wrapped up in cotton wool, they could get diseased, they could have a nasty event, an arrow at the sky. And damn, I actually lost 3 of them. Against 46 of them. Yeah, they've definitely bumped up the power of the independents. But they have given you quite a bit more dosh to compensate, I'd rather say. 6, 6. And every time you take over a province, you get 1 level of province defense. Which is really nice, because I often forget to do that, and it says, oh, our undefended province, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Take out Bob on battlefield, and then Big Blue Blob. We're starting with research. Why is our research ability 7? Oh, I didn't give myself a magic boost. Okay, okay. We're not exactly snowballing here just yet, but I really want to get site searching. I can afford 1 Rakshasi. And I will have my Rakshasi. And they're going to go and slowly site search for me. Baltic Sea, Alexandria. You'll basically just follow this around slowly and figure out what's going on. I think we found where one of our icy people are, over by Lake Biwa, and the Netherlands in 10 years. That should definitely be a sea province, so I don't know why it's on land. Maybe they've changed some indexing for the types of provinces here. I like your funny words, Magic Man. The game. I heard about Dominions, but this is the first time watching gameplay. Yo, this gameplay be fire, I believe they say. Love me some Dominions, though. This is definitely not going to be for everyone. Right, so we can see Hulao Gate, Aberdeen. It does converge into installation 4. So there's not much point converging you there. Pot Puree, I want you to go to installation 4, and I want Mother's Little Helper to park her butt on Coastal Highway. Or maybe Ore. No, Coastal Highway. I want to see if and when the AIs fight for or over that throne. There's a big temptation to do the same on Omega, because the AI are very much drawn towards throne provinces, as they should be. Thrones are how you win, after all. Do we go to Brazil? We can't, because fortunately there's water between us and Brazil. Actually, unless this freezes over, there's no reasonable way to get to Brazil unless you go through Riga. IFT Clerk is working on that. That means the French painter can wait on the ant mines and tell me if and when Machaca head over to that Throne of Ascension. Professor Herschel Layton. There's no access to Balaton for you. You go and park yourself on Frankfurt Main Central Station, so we see if and when the AI go for that. Also, I wanted to check out missives. So... Right, so Saramashia, we could propose a non-aggression pact with them. Who and where are Saramashia? You're over there. Well, I don't particularly want a non-aggression pact with you, but I do want to see how that plays out, so let's do it. 798 province names. I looked at both total province names and added them together. I think one should be character. There should be viewer names, viewer submitted names, and province names. All right, Bob on battlefield. Heavy infantry and slingers. They're all going to get torn apart by my demon monkeys, though. Of that I'm certain. I've yet to see if this game's going to cause me DMCA issues from the audio. I know it's licensed, but how much of a problem will that be? Heavy infantry can be a bit of a pain. But these heavy infantry use spears, not swords. I'm less scared of spears than swords. They're packed 3 to a square, and they heavily outnumber us. I mean, this guy here is going to get absolutely chunked, because he's fighting against 9 of them. However, his demonic monkey friends are doing God's work. No, you are so dead. And even if you're not dead, you've got a chest wound and you're weakened. Yeah, down you go. Some of them reach the back. We're certainly taking attrition on this. My monkeys are not invincible. In fact, they're feeling quite vincible today. I don't think we have anywhere near 30 anymore. But they still chunk down the enemy. Down to 18, huh? The hell, we tore apart a fair number of them. Quite certain they'll have no problem taking out the big blue blob, but it might not be the worst idea to grab reinforcements. Hang on, are you not recruiting more units? I don't have my rack chassis yet, but you are continuing to recruit. I don't want that extra holy point of unit, please. Oh, I see. I moved a bunch over to you. I still want Banjo heading out. Ah, no, I love Gypsy Moth. So let's have you combine over with the units on Bob-on Battlefield. Supply usage isn't that terrible, is it? Well, we don't particularly like the cold, and these guys are... they're not need not eat. They are very hungry people. Yeah, gluttony too. So they eat like they're size 6, even though they're size 4. You might want to focus on recruiting holy units, since they could be such a bottleneck, especially later in the game. But that's exactly what I am doing. I'm maxing out my holy points here. Unless the implication is that I should be building more temples, but I don't really have the money for that. I'm still busy building up an army and securing my cap zone. Although this area seems quite heavily defended, it's actually quite useful for me. It's sealed off from the enemies, unless they cross over here during cold time, but my idea is to keep it so hot that it never gets cold. But yeah, it's kind of nice to have your back against the wall, because unless your enemies get into the water, you're relatively safe. Of course, then Airmore arrives. Right, who in the world is Harry Pollitt? I want you over in Lake Biwa, but let's take the northern-ish route on that one. Bloody Mary has discovered the edge of the world here, which means they're going to go down into the gateway, so we'll explore the subterranean realm. Check out Pilot Wings Resort, seems to have a lot of adjacencies. I really like this Fog of War, by the way. What a great addition. Over in Installation 4 has told us enough about this. Could you possibly get over to... Oh, wait, is there a way to this province? I've never seen this in Dom 5, a province completely encircled by mountains and inaccessible. You'd have to use magic or flying units, or maybe there's a portal to it from underneath. Well, that's nice. Right. That being the case, though, I still want to park you... I'm going to have you in Spooky's jump scare mansion so that I can see where my enemies are. Something feels wrong here. Why is none of this taken over? Something feels very wrong about this, actually. Move over to Pocket City. Yeah, that should give me enough information. Did you send the monkey down the whole north of the capital? I did not. Herschel Layton could go underground from here, but I'd rather, at this stage, have him parked on Frankfurt's main central station and see what the enemy's up to. I'm also going to reinforce the province defense up here. It's pretty crummy units, but I just don't want Saramacia thinking it's a good time to attack me in Alexandria. I do a 16 for now. Money is at a premium. Keep the defensive Bob on battlefield looking good. Alright. You can get heavy cav from the Baltic Sea. I can, but I don't see that as being particularly good. It's resource intensive on a place that I don't intend on fortifying. Eh. Hey, you're cheaper than I thought. That's not too bad. Trained not to panic, use their hooves, strike down enemies. Even so, that would be a slow recruit. 30 gold a pop. They don't take a bless. Yeah, in the end I'd rather have Palanchakas, which are pretty much my army right now, at least until I get my blood economy moving. After I've got Rakshasi, it's time to move over to Raktapata, and hopefully I can start spreading out, putting up temples, putting up fortifications, blood hunting, and getting a proper Lanka run going. You can begin recruiting them. In many turns, you look there and you have an elite fighting force at your disposal. You're not wrong, but I don't want you to be right. Elite fighting force, you say? Nah. Generally not a fan of indies. Yeah, DDR will we'll have to wait for tomorrow, Marvin. Especially since I was expecting a package, I did not want to be busy dancing and miss the doorbell. Right. Well, I'll be. So the AI will accept your missives. You have a non-aggression pact, and the question is, how do you break them? We managed to get enchantment. Alteration 2 is coming. That took a long time, but research snowballs like nothing on Earth. Why was there a battle in Deception Island? Well, let's figure it all out. First of all, we had our big blue blob battle. Oh, crumbs, I was meant to bring my units together. And I think I did. Okay, yeah, I did, and I just completely forgot to organize their attack in this battle. Fortunately, though, these guys that just ran on in, these are my fresh recruits, inexperienced, but still powerful. The Divine Blessing affected all units. So these guys are fully blessed. They're going to meet these crummy militia and eat them. Chomp. This guy came in pre-damaged. I'm pretty sure you came in pre-damaged. Why do you have red underneath you? You actually have 21 out of... Oh, I see, 21 out of 30. No, I was completely wrong. He actually got shot by a bow. I thought he was pre-damaged, but I missed an archer hitting him. Could you just break non-aggression pacts the usual way? With aggression? I like the way you think. Alright, there we go. Now I've got something resembling an army. No losses. Yeah, these guys should be able to steamroll anything in the early game now. Okay, well, maybe not steamroll this. So what have we here? We've got Makoni with their hoplites, which are terrifying because they are formation fighters. They come 4 to a square. So with that bronze spear of length 3, there's a good chance they're going to repel you, especially repel my falchions. Fortunately, their attack skill isn't amazing. But perhaps even scarier is they have formation fighting giants. So giants are normally fine because it's just 1 to a square. These ones are 2 to a square with powerful, long, magical spears. So if I had some kind of ethereal bless, these magical spears would pierce right through it. We get to see Makoni in action. Of course, they're just taking out little barbarians. Barbarians are normally a problem, but for Makoni, problem, no problem. Nice attempt of a flank by the barbarians, but there just weren't enough of them. And the barbarians are crappy enough that they end up having a bad time dealing with hoplites. Their defense skill just means they're going to get repelled to death. I wonder if Repel got changed. Repel, I hear, used to be a lot stronger before Dominions 5. I do like Repel, though, just the idea of big, long weapon and some good discipline, and you'll be able to stop a superior foe from even landing a hit on you. On top of that, Anisicat is now a hero with heroic quickness. That's not useful in any real way. Or rather, the moments that become useful is when you're being attacked, which I don't want you to be. I don't want you to be attacked, funnily enough. Very tempted to go for the ant mines. I was planning on carving down south here, but I might go over to Alt Door. Oh no, Machatka would immediately want to fight me over that. Better to let them take on the fort and me just get the dividends once they're done with it. I'll take over the northern corridor then. We won't have you all move together though. I'm going to transfer the Gypsy Moth units over to Barbarossa. I'm then going to find out that Barbarossa cannot actually command that many undead. Starting to wish I'd given myself some undead leadership, which I think I could have, but didn't. Are 30 enough? No, so I guess you're going to be going together then. What a shame. What do we do with you? Have you over on the side, have you back here. I still want you to cast spells, and I still want you to hold an attack. And maybe you could... yeah, it's fine if you charge forward. These guys dying is fine. Although, actually, at this point... even though they're archers, I might just have them be bodyguards? No, that would be daft. Truly daft. Why not give them to the middle guy? Because he cannot lead undead units, and that also counts demons. I wish he could, but no. Right, still arc our way around. Northeast Corridor, Hull. And then probably down into Purple Disaster, Parchin Eggs, and then we should be plenty strong enough to take on Aberdeen. And I'd really like to take out these two as well. All the while, continue recruiting our big army, work on Raktapatas. And here we go, Admiral Yi. Admiral Yi actually got the rare 10% boost, I think, because normally you would be 1-1-1-1, but you came out as a 2-1-2-2. You boosted Death, Glamour, and Blood. It's a shame. If I would have happily changed the Blood for Nature, because we have easy access to Blood too. Then again, you could say I have easy access to Nature too, and you'd be right. Anyway, you are going to site search for me. What's your map movement? 16, huh? Do you have forest survival? Yeah, I actually think you'd be able to move from Obradin to the Baltic Sea in one go. But we're going to have you go methodically. Baltic Sea, Alexandria, Arborang, da-da-da. Just site search my cap circle. Find all of those magical sites. Don't know if they've changed that up at all or not. This is why we discovered the Deception Island fight. So it could be that Makoni and Sarmatia are going to be fighting it out really early. Just for the sake of streaming, I would really love just the ability to see battles between my enemies. Or maybe even just... maybe I should turn on Eyes of God just whenever I stream it. It would give me an advantage, so I'd have to give myself something to counter that advantage. Gonna have the French painter man wait in the ant mines and see if Machatka makes any move up there. And now, okay. Could this be a source of problems for me? No, you came down from here, but I think the caves belong to Perrine, or Perrine. Never dealt with this area before. Looks scary. Let's go and explore what they haven't already taken over. Mines of Despair, the Cavern Realm, Olm, the Yellow Caves. Check it all out, see what's going on down there. Counter stream after whiskey review. I haven't done one of those in a fair while, have I? And I have had whiskies worth reviewing. Alright, alright. Even though Alexandria is a bit of a crummy province, I do... Well, if I was going to have a fort, I'd rather have it up in Frankfurt's main central station. Much better adjacencies. Much better province. But it would be a magnet for enemy attacks. So many things to consider. What's the third layer or map? The Void, although I have never found the Void. Alright, a whole load of them here. What was all that rumbling that I heard? Animate tree. I don't know who's casting Animate Tree or what it really does, but it's there. The lack of formations is kind of hurting me here. That my guys all clumped together, whereas I'd like them spread out so they can encircle and flank. It's not really being a problem, but oh, here we go. This is Animate Tree. The shrub has been uprooted and awakened by magic, slowly walks forward on its roots and attacks the enemies of the caster. Lose agency if left without magic leadership. Sturdy, not very good at fighting. So I can just smack with its armor-piercing, non-typed roots. Which isn't that bad, but attack skill... Oh, well that's down because it's routing. I guess the main point of this thing is it's just an annoyance. I wonder if there are spells like Vast Animate. Also, did it just dissolve? Because that was a kind of a nice look. That is rather nice. Alright, cool. Actually lost 4 of my Palkashas to that. Always unpleasant to eat losses on indies, but there were a staggering 132 of them. And on top of that, Barbarossa's Unbreakable Skin. Now that is good, because I don't want these guys just dying out here, getting +5 natural protection. I think. Protection 6. Protection body 6. Okay, it's +3, but it grows as their fame grows. What I'd really like, though, is if you ended up able to carry more units with you. But not yet. Did you upgrade your hardware for this? I think my PC can handle it, but funnily enough, yes. Not specifically for this, but certainly well timed for this. You get site searching, that's what we need out of you. Professor Herschel Layton, it's your job to, I would say, wait on Frankfurt main central station, see what our foes end up doing, but there's a great temptation to travel down to the nether mines. Where are the nether mines? There's the nether mines. Just go out there and see what's there. Meanwhile, Bloody Mary, continue to check. Oh, we can't cross this river. And it seems that the temperature is quite stable down here. It's heat 1 down below, but it's kind of cold outside. After all, it is late winter. Stand to reason that the underground would be more stable in temperature. Deep seas are as well. This extra layer is actually rather nice. Like it more than I thought I would. Let's pop out and see where this leads to. It leads to Rohan, actually. Rohan... Hang on. Why does this look reversed? Leads to Rohan. There's Rohan. That leads... Okay, no, it's not reversed. I'm just being a dum-dum. Quite scary, actually, the idea that there's this hole that your enemies could just pop out of. Interesting. God knows what the void is going to do, though. You're running on the maximum number of trees. Running joke that in Dominions 5, if you turn down the graphical options, all it does is reduce the amount of trees on the map. Right, pop Fury over in Pocket Circuit. I kind of do want you to wait there. We'll see the movements of Saramashia. Coastal Highway was fought over, but I actually think Makoni is going to come out on top between all of this headbutting. I still want to stay on my research for a bit longer before I consider blood hunting. After all, the blood that I get from blood hunting is no use if I don't have the research to put it to use. On the other hand, if I research stuff and I don't have the blood slaves, it's also useless, so difficult choices to be made. Also the question is, do I do ethically viable blood hunting, or do I strip mine my provinces for virgins? Not an easy question to know the answer to, especially since the numbers have changed here in Dom 6. It's like here in Vietnam. Yeah, the difference is I plan on winning. Alright, well, we can continue the cap circle crunching. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns and it should be ours. 5, 6, 7, and we should have a fairly good economical backbone. Question is, where do we set up our defenses? I might actually do it in Purple Disaster, even though it's right next to Old Bulworth Vale, where our enemy Makoni is. But it's always better to advance your position rather than let the enemy advance to yours. So even though Purple Disaster is a swampy, nasty province, might be all the better to set up defenses there. The only way to get to me from there is to either go through Machatka or go all the way through Aberdeen, and no one wants to go to Aberdeen. So I might set up a fort here, here, and here, and that would block everything down south. They wouldn't be the most economical of forts, though. Would be a bit of a fort wall, though. Yeah, I set up a non-aggression pact, Venkos, with Saramesia down south. Hopefully they don't take a province that I'm wanting. Hey, Dormant Pretender Gods are awakening. R1 isn't awakened yet, but I'm sure it will be. And ye actually found the Song of Birds and a Wind Spire. Or was that always there? I don't recall there being a Wind Spire, but hey, gives me free air gem. And, just hearing a song brings out the glamour gems every month. Alright, very good. Continue the hunting. Gilligan's Island. Continue the exploration. Well, I'm very interested to see if these people end up fighting. You continue to hide and wait on Coastal Highway. Oh wait, Coastal Highway was claimed by Makoni. Makoni, Saramesia. There's definitely a high possibility of there being a fight going on here. No enemy units, but the local province defense is very strong and well organized, so they're probably going to find Mother's Little Helper quite easily. The AI is really good at patrolling out scouts. Well, it's not so much they're good at it, but they always know where your scouts are, and they dump province defense like crazy, so it's actually very hard to spy on an AI. Alright, we took over Hull. It's only got slingers, but I really want to grab Purple Disaster before anybody else takes it. And I'm going to set up another chieftain to go down there and build a fortification. I would like one in Alexandria as well. Maybe I could just squeeze out another chieftain to head up there. Again, though, maybe I should hold out for Frankfurt Central Station, because I've got a non-aggression pact with Saramesia. What I could do is just wait long enough to finish this cycle and then send my main army up to Frankfurt, clear it out, and pop a fort there. Now that would be serious. Also a good place for the fort because the gateway is there, so it would defend from enemies pouring through the gateway. Hey, South South's fleet is there looking at us. We actually have reasonable ways of getting underwater with the undead. However, our leaders are not able to go underwater. And we don't have water access to give them underwater breathing things. However, Our Raksharaja has air magic, meaning that he could forge air-breathing pellets. Both air and water are magic paths that allow breathing underwater. Alright, Muspelheim actually have an excellent situation here. They're back as well and truly against the wall. Not only that, they've expanded a lot. They've got all of this carte blanche. That's a very bad time to be Machatka, actually. So a good use of IFT Clerk is to observe any conflict between the two. I'm going to have you wait at... hang on, is the Panama Canal? Oh, there's an underwater throne down there. IFT, I want you to observe the situation from Riga. Keep an eye and see if and when Machatka and Muspelheim end up drawing blades. Professor Herschel Layton can now see the nether mines. There's Throne of Ascension right there. So we can see the way it all comes together. I don't know if there's another area to the undermines over here. The mines are only in certain places. And takes you out at Central Station. This takes you out at the Baltic Sea. I'm a little terrified about people pumping out in the Baltic Sea. Of course, I could always set up my fort down in the Tunnels of the Lost, but it might actually be a good idea for Herschel to wait here and spot any expansion going on. Or he doesn't have to care that much, does he? No, he doesn't. In fact, I'm going to have Herschel Layton wait on Frankfurt to make sure the enemy isn't doing any silly buggers over there. Otherwise, I am making you to go and get Purple Disaster. I'm continuing to recruit my units as I should. And I really need to do some proper infrastructure growing. Yeah, the underground mirrors the overground to a degree. There's not the same layout of provinces, but it is going to follow where the portals are between them. Ah, the entire nation rejoices! DDR Jake has awakened. Alteration level 2 is done, much faster than level 2 of enchantment was. I want construction so I can make trinkets. And now. Look at me. I regenerate. A blood bond. I am susceptible to fire. That shouldn't be a problem just yet. Great hit points. Reasonable enough protection. I can't forge anything because you need at least level 1 to make trinkets. And hello, you could actually make saddles and bardings here. Yearning artifacts unknown. I still don't know how you get things to mount though. But yes, special bardings for your rides. Very cool. Map move of 18. Couldn't get over there in one go. Don't know what I'll do though. There is a temptation to site search. That way I'll get really good nature and air done. My research prowess is pretty good. 18 protection. I would get mauled to death by barbarians though. It'd take a while for me to come online as a true super combatant. Also in close combat, I really only have 2 attacks, don't I? Not ideal. Just trying to think the best use of my person right now. It's either researching or it's site searching, and I think it's going to be research. Because I'm a blood nation, I have a lot more researching to do than other nations, because I really want that blood done, and I want those Rakshasa warriors, so blood 4 is actually an important milestone to reach. If I get blood 4 and I have a blood economy going, Rakshasa warriors are going to end up being the backbone of my army, as opposed to my current sacreds, and those Rakshasa warriors can go underwater. So as long as I can also make some air-breathing pellets, I'll be able to lead an undead army underwater and secure the waters. And that will massively strengthen my nation. Right, Professor Herschel Layton, you just watch. The Rus are here. The Rus could counter the Muspelheims. I'm not sure if they will, though. I want to know if this carries on over in this direction anymore. Good afternoon, Comist. Mother's Little is going to just wait in Camp Granada. I don't know about that. You could easily get caught there. And you're right on... Well, I really want to know about this because this is Makone getting right in on Saramatia's cap circle. This is definitely going to cause war, so let's just wait out and see what happens there. I didn't watch my own battles. I always like to watch my battles. Interestingly, I got into Purple Disaster first, and then we got attacked. That's known as a bump, which is not you being at war. If you and an enemy that are not already at war enter a province at the same time, you will fight, but it won't be counted as a declaration of war. There we go. Now that my god is here, my units have a lot more staying power. Even if they get injured, and they will get injured, they blood bond it to their friends, so they only take half damage, and that blood bonded damage, as well as all damage, will be regenerated. 10%. Their maximum hit points are 30, so it's going to regenerate 3. But if it was max hit point 31, they would regenerate 4 per turn. Tasty. I could have had this buff for my army if I'd, from the very start, if I'd set my god to be awake. But I didn't want to spend the points on that. You know how it is. So now, losses should be severely clamped down upon. But what was this bump? Regeneration does... Oh, crikey. Right, an actual army. Hoplites, giants... Who the hell is this? Lelouch Britannia, the F4. Gigante population of conquered cities. Political... Oh, God. This stuff writes itself. And who's this back here? Mimon the Archon. And who's this dark fellow? Astarias the Locos. Oh my, the giant hoplites seem terrifying. Well, let's see if Lelouch Britannia can order them to kill or order them to die. So my monkeys are all nicely regenerated from battle, and they're gonna fight. Demon monkeys at that. The archer monkeys, they exist to die right now. If you're having archers, you really must mass them up, or else they're not going to achieve anything. The enemies are all shielded, so it's not like I'd expect arrows to do much here anyway. Arrows are also fiercely inaccurate. I'm just not a fan of using arrows. No, I like to get up close and personal, or use magic. So this Dark Knight, what's he so fancy about? He's got an air shield, he'll reject projectiles, he's already got chest wound. Ah, he's wearing a robe of missile protection. That's a hilarious choice because he would normally have some awesome gleaming gold armor, so his protection has been massively reduced. He is going to get eaten. Right about now. Chomp. He has a lot of hit points, however he's already been slashed down. He's been actively crippled, and now he's gone. Can we get an example of Blood Bond? You took damage. So you got hit in the javelin for, oh, only 1 damage. That's not going to blood bond anything. Here we go. So Locos hit you with a golden spear for 7 damage. You actually took 14 points of damage, but because of blood bond, you only took 7. The other 7 were dissipated amongst your allies. You, for example, would have taken a... There we go. You got blood bond struck for almost nothing. The point is, the small amount of damage just instantly goes away from regeneration. See these little +3s popping up? That's regen. So the odds of our guys dying is pretty low unless they get focused down or hit with an extremely powerful attack. There is a funny counter to blood bonding, though. If you have such a powerful attack, let's say you can strike for 90 damage. You'd strike one of these guys for 45, kill him, and then the other 45 would cause quite a lot of damage to his allies. So it's a way to utilize overkill damage. So Blood Bond is not the answer to everything, but it's the answer to a lot of things. Oh, this is nasty. They are using fire. My guys... Okay, fortunately these guys don't mind fire, but the leaders mind fire. So yeah, although we're taking all this damage, we are regenerating all this damage. That said, these big chunky guys are still quite hard to kill. They have as much hit points as we do. But they got better defenses, I think. Yeah, protection 21 to my protection 12? Yikes. Also, we're set on fire. That's not good. Come on now, bring him down. They're getting some friendly fire from their own hoplites. Fire is something that is countered by regeneration to a degree. You can out-regenerate fire, but it is going to cause a lot of wounds on you. Boy, and I just said the days of losses should be over for us. Damages, instant kill damage like 999 damage does not distribute through Blood Bond, thank God. Look at this guy, even though he's regenerating, he has taken a hell of a beating. But he will survive. There we go, the giant is down, focus down the hoplites, maintain the Blood Bond, maintain the Blood Surge. Blood Surge is so freaking good, especially on experienced units. That attack skill should be 13, should be down to 12 because of the swamp, but the experience nullifies the swamp. The Blood Surge adds another 3. And, yeah, those hoplites are sent packing. Makoni just lost a pretty good expansion unit, and they're about to lose a half-decent mage as well. Lush v Britannia is trying to rout, but is so exhausted from casting magical spells. Melee is physically demanding, but magic is extremely demanding, especially if it's high-level stuff. There's a good chance he will not be able to flee. At 100 fatigue, you are immobilized. At 200, you start taking damage. You regain a little bit of fatigue every turn. Looks like it's 5, but if we just arc down... they're busy focusing on those guys, but hopefully we can arc down and grab him before he flees. Okay, should be able to start moving next turn. Come on, monkeys. Smell the blood of Lelouch. He orders you to kill him. There we go. Suffer not the traitor to Britannia. God, that poor last guy. Some hoplites are still here. I thought they might be crippled, but no. They're eligible for promotion. No, they're not. They are eligible for death. I quite like falchions. They deal really good damage. The disadvantage is that they are short weapons, so they can be repelled. But if you have good enough attack and defense skill, you don't need to worry about these things. You're promoted to corpse. Airmore will come along and distribute your promotions in due time. That wasn't free, but it was tax deductible. We lost 10% of our elite fighting force. We lost our crummy remaining big archer guys, but they are feeling the burn out of that. So what kind of price are they paying for these? 40 gold per giant. That's actually really good considering I pay 55 for my Palankashas. Upkeep of 22 morale for me. Your upkeep is 32. Ooh, if anything, I've saved them money. What about your hoplites? 8 gold, 8 gold, 10 gold. So yeah, his units, his non-giant units are fairly cheap. But I still cost him a lot more economical damage than he cost me. And on top of that, I secure the purple disaster. He does not. It's good that I weaken Makoni because Saramacia is the one that's being pushed by Makoni. I really, really want to reinforce this position. Hey, didn't I have another leader here? Don't tell me they died in that fight. Where's my other Raktapasa? Three units dispersed and retreated on their own. Did one of my Raktapasas retreat and die? Because normally they'd be here. That's kind of tragic. Not sure I've seen that before either. Let's review. I think what happened is a stray arrow or something hit one of my mages back here and they ran away. So they're just sitting back, chilling out. No? Ah, this is it. Unexpected event in Purple Disaster. An assassin tried to eliminate a commander. Gypsimoth got attacked. Oh, this is different. So assassinations no longer happen out in the middle of nowhere. A male commoner, probably tired and just wants to finish his drink. A female commoner, she's probably just tired and wants to finish her meal. Another commoner. Are you the barkeep? Just another commoner. And then there is Gypsymoth just enjoying a drink down at the local pub. And in comes Gunnar. A scary man has come at you with a knife. Oh, crikey, you're killing the commoners as well? Okay. It does not look good for Gypsymoth. Oh, definitely not looking good for poor Gypsymoth. Damn assassins. That was just a random event. It wasn't like the enemy was doing anything particular to us. Don't know what these question marks are. Guess they're too drunk. He's just killing everybody here. Still, this is pretty neat. I do like that. Well, obviously I don't like the fact that my commander died. That's a bit of a bummer. Some units retreated. They all retreated and died, actually, though. So we're down to only 28 of our elite units. Might have to really think how we handle this, but I think 28 should be able to take care of even the barbarians. Between the Blood Bond and the Blood Surge and our much better stats than theirs, I think we'll be okay. I'm going to really reinforce the Purple Disaster, though. Don't want to run into any troubles there. Sucks to spend my time researching, I don't like that, but what's a man to do? Could I please ask what is going on in this game as someone who's never looked at Dominions before? Okay, Dominions is incredibly deep, and it takes a long time to learn what to do. There's a lot of faffing around until then, but it's a game that is almost infinitely rewarding. Once you really get Dominions, no other strategy game is really going to scratch the itch the same way that this one does. Alright, Bloody Mary over in Rohan. Did I want to go down into the deeper realms, into the Mines of Despair? I do not. We've explored just about everything on the overworld. The only thing we don't see here is potentially going to be revealed by Harry Pollitt heading down here. But it could be this is in an island that is not accessible. Don't know what to do with Bloody Mary. I think I will keep you waiting on installation 4 so I can see if there's any movement done by Saramatia over here, because I'd really like to secure Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion just to wall off my southern flank. And I guess this is actually kind of nice, doing non-aggression pacts of the AI, allowing you to expand and build up your infrastructure without having to worry too much about it. Now I do have non-aggression pacts set to binding, so how does one change things? Okay, so I could declare war. Obviously don't want to declare war. Could I pen a missive to Makone? Okay, there's declare war and non-aggression pact. I don't think you're under any obligation to declare war. Take Muspelheim here, for example. I could just attack immediately with IFT. I'm not going to. It'd be suicide, but the option is there. I forget what I told you to do. I think go to Riga. I played Conquest of Elysium. Not a fan of it. Right. We're searching, researching. And once we have simple trinket making, I can't wait to get on blood magic. And blood hunting, of course. Make as many Raktapatas as we can. And the Raktapatas are going to have to go out and expand our infrastructure as well so that I can make more Raktapatas. I think Purple Disaster will be my first additional fort. It's not very well placed compared to other locations, but I just want to know that my south is somewhat secure there, and then I can recruit additionally here. Yeah, it is kind of sad, but it's not completely useless. We can make do. Yeah, we're playing as early age Lanka. One of my favorite, if not my favorite. Construction done, blood magic instantly done. Sooner we get to blood magic 4, the sooner our Rakshirasi warriors are gonna come in. Ah, DDR Jake, the vessel of might, gatherer of the dead, the master of untimely death, the seducer of life, has sensed the location of 3 previously undiscovered thrones, and also there was another fight against these poor crummy Indies. Immediate divine blessing. And we should be able to mulch these guys. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I'm very not scared of crummy little humans. 16 damage from a broadsword against our 12 protection. So, you know, it's going to do 4 damage or so, but it could go as high as anything, actually. Dice rolls explode in this game. A commoner could hit a dragon with his bare fist for 100 damage. It's possible. It's just mathematically impossible. In this game, you roll a dice for almost everything, and if it lands on a 6, then you add 5 to the value and re-roll the dice. An exploding dice. Alexandria has a great summon, but it also has... Hell! Oh, holy moly, that's an amazing find. So I was going to come up here and build a fortification. Instead, I have already found a fort and called it my own. That's amazing. I'm guessing it's the City of 1,000 Wonders that we found here. Enter to hunt for treasures and fame. It increases death a lot, which is unpleasant, but it generates a ton of gems, and I am very interested about this enter site. One complaint I had about Dominions 5 is that the sites were very uninteresting. 98% of all sites were just, here are some gems. Possibly with a little effect like this increased death or conjuration bonus. I wanted sites that actually did things. And maybe this does something. I don't usually like sparing commanders for that, but curiosity might kill this cat. Anyway, Alexandria is mine. It now needs to be significantly reinforced. I'm going to send up Banjo and Monsoon. They'll be there in 2 turns. I will erect a temple and a laboratory, and we will begin producing more Raksharajas there. I'm starting to think I really want to blood hunt this. Yeah, this is the problem. You want your mages to do everything, and mages can do everything. Bloody Mary, you hide and wait. Keep an eye on what... Oh, look at that. Pyrenae have appeared outside of their little hole in the ground there. And if they did it there, they could do it here. I actually really don't like my lack of information. Especially on the holes that lead directly into my land. And that is in the Baltic Sea. Or at least only in the Baltic Sea. I think what I want to do then is grab... Oh wow, this is such a good freaking place. Since I'm going to be waiting a while anyway, I'm going to make a lot of scouts and just have them unveil a lot of information for me. I normally wouldn't spare the commander creating turns for it, but today I do. Perhaps exploring the City of 1,000 Wonders could be an opportunity for none other than the Awakened God himself. Losing my god means losing my regeneration and my blood bond bless. So I should never risk his life. He can just chill out in the capital for now until he can be kitted up with good gear. Come to think of it, I do have construction, right? Oh wow, we get real trinkets. I could make him a club. I could make him a Berserker pelt. Instant Berserk with only Berserker 1? Not worth it at all. Could make myself a nice bit of boots. No bardings though. Effects mount 2. Ooh. No icon for it, but ooh. A club could worst Henry be back. Well, I've got 4 arms, I could have 4 clubs. Up to 2 of my arms can have shields, so I wonder if Vine Shield is still the amazing go-to. Right, so this is a change. Buildings are much more expensive. A palisade would normally be, what, 600 gold? Now it's 1,000. Labs and temples have also been increased. 500 to 600 and 400 to 600. And, sorry, I'm allergic to spending money. Let's get that palisade up and operational. Crummy commanders down here. We'll continue our expansion. I do want Jump Scare Mansion. I want Aberdeen, of course, but if I'm able to fortify Purple Disaster, Passion Eggs, Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, that blocks off all expansion from here, and then that only means that I need to reinforce Altdorf and Ant Mines, or Big Blue Blob and Northeast Corridor, and my entire south is secure. I guess someone could cross over here, but I don't think my enemies have swimming, and this won't freeze over as long as my Dominion is here, because my Dominion is hot. And Alexandria, this random find, is single-handedly sealed off the north. So I could turtle in. It's not so much that I like to turtle in this game. I believe that the best defense is a very good defense, but good offense is worth your while as well. It's just that there's no problem with doing both. Dominions is a game where ultimately you want to do everything. It's like putting a deck together in Slay the Spire. You still want to be able to block really well, and attack really well, and buff up really well, and you want to scale well. Healing, yeah, that's good. Just do everything. We'll take over Jump Scare Mansion and Aberdeen, and once you get up to Oberdeen, I have a lot of reinforcements so that Loch Ness and Holiday Home won't be a problem. And once that is sealed, I should have my nation fairly well sealed away. I might even bring down these chimps just to build for me, because they're a cheap option to do so. And then it's a case of who we fight and how we fight. And how we fight is hopefully with lots and lots of blood summons. Right, I'm just looking at Raktapatas. I need them for the research, but I really want them doing something other than researching. Terrible. I sneeze at sunlight. I knew a lassie who, she loved to act. And she said if she needed to act on stage, she just stared into the light, and that would stop her from sneezing. I don't like light, so I try not to stare into it. Right, jump scare. We're just mopping up indies here, so you might think, oh, these battles kind of look the samey. And yeah, they are. That's because they're samey battles. This is like taking out the independents at the very start of a game of... What's that game I don't like? Civilization. The real meat and potatoes is taking out the enemy factions. But you need the initial strength in order to do that. Big Blue Blob has been hit by a hurricane. Population down, unrest up. That's all rather unpleasant. Unrest is okay across the board. Well, it's not okay in Pachinex. Why is there 99 unrest here? I'll tell you why. It's because there is almost certainly a villain lair here, making it a very unpleasant province to have. Even so, it is in my cap circle, and I would really quite like its income. So I might just have to have a bit of an enforcement agency there. Right, onwards to Aberdeen. It's a little risky taking on... No villain here, but I think they only appear when you spy the lair. Yeah, take on the what are they called again? Berserkers? Barbarians. And then turn after that we mulch together and take care of the rest of this. I could actually send out my god over here, but there's nothing my god could achieve that others could not. And you might say, why even bother researching the buffs for the god early on? It was just in case I got pushed. If I was getting pushed early by another faction, and let's say they were right here staring me down, then I could send out Jake. And Jake would give himself Mist Form, Personal Regeneration, if I could get Moss Body. No, I'd need water for that. A nice awesome thing is that Jake could also do Soul Vortex on himself when I get that researched. And he would be able to turn the tide. Not alone, he'd get murked alone, but he would certainly be a nice addition to an army. He doesn't have fear, does he? No, he does not. But he has chaos power. Yes, the population numbers and the incomes and all that are much higher. This game seems focused on large armies compared to the previous game. Right. I want to be in a position to reinforce any of these provinces that I want, so I'm going to tell you to get down there. And Riga, local defense is quite well organized. The Hyena Clan Warrior, Lion Warrior, right, well here we go. Machatka is out from Machatka, but are they going to fight? I'm going to have you wait and see, but there's a good chance you get discovered. Stealthy 60 is okay, but again, the AI just loves to patrol out your spies, and they know exactly where they are. I might be wrong on that, but I don't think I'm wrong on that. Alright. Holy points -1. Well, I need to start building up my infrastructure here. That means temples, laboratories, fortifications along the line. Probably helps a lot of pop kill nations not deleting the entire population to 0 as fast as before. Yeah, the natural growth could be handy. I'm very curious how it affects provinces that already have 0 population or 10 population. Will they ever grow again? Lupin III has claimed the Rainbow Throne. And the Throne of Autumn has also been claimed for Ken Masters. However, Yi is continuing to help me out. Oh god, there's a brigand lair here. So I got 2 provinces around me that are going to be generating unrest. I don't like that. I'll have a bit of unrest reduction here, but that's not pleasant for me. So yeah, brigand lair is not a fun thing to find. You can recruit villains, but villains are garbage. Oak Tower is extra gems. I can't complain about that. I suppose I could try. Right, Monsoon, you've made it here. I want you to construct a lab. Banjo, I wish for you to construct a temple. First bit of real infrastructure building I'm doing, and it's already cleaved its way through my treasury. We've reached the end of the world. So there's an island here that has a throne on it, and no one can reach it unless they have the ability to sail or swim. Swim underwater, that is. I will have the ability to go underwater, so I will lead a division of Raksharaja or Rakshasi warriors to take this over. I don't know what kind of throne that is in Hellkeep. Could be a good one. The thrones that got claimed, the Rainbow Throne, gives gold, glamour, and water. That's a good throne. Also increases luck. What an amazing level 1 throne that is. The Throne of Autumn spreads death, but it gives you a pretty nice mage. Earth 2. I'd like that, but you cost an arm and a leg, and you are old as balls for a humanoid. A recurring theme of Dominions is that Dominions hates humans. They got a maximum age of 50, which is pretty low in the grand scheme of things. They are just soft and squishy, and they get no natural protection. Monkeys get better off than that. Anyway, 2 thrones already taken, but you can always wrestle thrones off of people. There was a battle in Aberdeen. Hopefully not a bad one for us. Did the graphic for Aberdeen change? Oh, it got dried out because it's so bleeding hot here, didn't it? Hey, that's actually quite a lot of barbarians. That's a devilishly large amount of barbarians. They hit like trucks. They have so skills. Their morale is low. That's their big weakness right there. So your hope is that you kill a few and they rout, but there are quite a lot of them. There's only so much blood bonding is going to do against a wave of those massive swords and mauls. Oh well. Charge in. Yes, there is a throne of bureaucracy. I believe it costs money. Alright, first encounter. Splat. So they hit you, but you instantly regenerate, and you are mute, weakened, and have a never-healing wound. They really get the afflictions over time. Alright. They are going to be flanking us, which is not pleasant. The blood bonding is already spreading out a lot of damage, which can also mean that a lot of afflictions appear. And it's unavoidable blood bond damage, but it's a great way of keeping the front line alive. This front line of mine would already be dead if it weren't for blood bonds spreading out the damage. But that's good. The fact that they charged in and were not able to kill us already means that they are turning tail and fleeing. That is god-awful barbarian morale for us, or for you. Even the guys on the flank are able to hold it out. He's getting chipped away at, but our glorious sacred units, and these are the best recruit anywhere units that I have. It's not that I'm just playing as some overpowered nation. I would be able to crank out easily 5 to 10 times this amount of numbers if I weren't focusing on elite units, but I like using elite units. Anyway, very good to face down 80 barbarians and not actually take losses. Barbarians are some of the scariest things to fight early on. Now, because I sent out my spies, I'm able to see battles. Machatka, for example, are sending in their dogs, their tribes, their... I didn't know they had giants. Lion warriors, size 4 with magical spirit clubs, invulnerability, sacred. They come with the Catharonic lion pelt. That's normally a nice thing to make. Huh. Cool. The enemy are just standard indie units, but there are quite a lot of them, well organized, and here's the crux of the matter. They've got circle masters. No, they've got sorcerers. I could have sworn those were circle masters. But no, conjurers and sorcerers. And they've got a lot of blood slaves. Typically a female virgin of blood of great purity, enslaved and drugged to be used as a sacrifice. But they can fight. Wait, with fists? I thought their attack was useless kick. Anyway, they can hit with their fists for 7 whole damage. Amazing. Right. Let's see how Machatka fight. The dogs come in first and fastest. Only protection 2, only 8 hit points. Their bite is passable damage, but they really are just a nuisance. They're there to break up the enemy or to flank the enemy, but the heavy infantry should have no problem just cleaving them down. Look at that, they can't bite through that armor. Also, this is cool. The Not Circle Masters are slaughtering their virgins in order to summon imps to fly down behind the dogs and claw the dogs to death. I don't generally see imps as a good use of blood slaves, but they fly, so they could fly to the back row and disrupt your enemy's mage corps. This is not a good day to be Machatka. Okay, here I am saying imps are no good, but look at them go. That 15 defense skill makes them a real pain to hit. Even with that magical club, although you just took a hit. Short bowed? I think that was friendly fire. How does it look, Jake? I just revived this morning. I think Dominions fans are going to be pretty happy with it if you are a hardcore Dominions fans. However, the game so far is really just Dominions 5.2. Sure, there are some neat touches, but you know when you get a sequel, you have expectations? And it's not just that the game looks like Dominions 5, it does, to be sure, but nobody plays Dominions to look at it. It's not revolutionary like 4 was to 5. So, if I'd paid for it, I might feel a bit sour about it. I don't mean that to sound as arrogant as it does. It's just a good way of reviewing a game. I wouldn't pay for it. Now that's a lie. I was poised and ready to pay for it, but I would have felt sour for it. So, I knew there was a Circle Master there. 2 death, 2 blood. 3 Dominions and counting with the same coat of paint. No, Dominions 4 to Dominions 5 was a big change. Dominions 4 combat was agonizing. But this is just Dominions 5 combat again. The mounts change is nice, but is that really a new game's worth? So, good. I actually want these independents to do well. Anytime an independent slaughters an enemy army for me, it's just doing my work for me. And I don't even have to declare war for this to happen. So thank you, Antmines, and this is exactly why I love to play spies on thrones. The AI loves thrones. The AI knows that thrones are how you win, so it guns for them. Doubly so for Machatka. It's a throne inside its capital province's circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like an awful capital placement, but it's really not that bad. 7 if you count the water, but the forts don't interact from land to water the way you might hope. Big change was combat, where every unit takes their turn instead of one side then the other. Yeah, that was Dominions 4 to 5. Dominions 4 was agonizing to play. Did not like it. But hey, fortunately Dominions 5 came out right after I was forced to play it. Pocket Circuit, another case where I put down a spy, not on a throne though. The reason I put someone here was to keep an eye on Saramachia's expansion. And how are they doing? Not good enough, obviously, they didn't take it. Gives us an idea of Saramachia's troops as well. Cool, they're Dragon Riders. Jade Amazons. Are those native to Saramachia, or did they recruit those from Indies? Because I got Amazons as well. Oh well, it lists Saramachia in the name, so I'm guessing those are native for them. Cool Dragon Riders. They're even cooler when they're in the randomizer. Here we go, Soulless. Wait, those are ghouls. I thought they had Soulless. Here's the Soulless. They just attack with fists. I really don't like raising Soulless. So these ghouls and Soulless are garbage, but they are swarming around the limited number of Dragon Riders of Saramachia. You look at all those attacks. So it's Light Lancing and Poisonous Biting. These guys are immune to poison, almost. 25 poison resistance is... You're not killing them unless you use Death Poison. The Sacred Lizard Riders are recruitable from the Jade Amazon Indies, Jake. They have their own version. They're both Saramasias. Well, here's the problem. They got sacreds and they're not actually blessing them. Don't know what the AI's blesses are. Oh, well, maybe we can find out. Bark, skin, and unaging. But for some reason, you're not blessing your own units. Well, AI does AI things. Bark, skin, and unaging for Saramacia might not be the worst. They age like normal people, right? Yes, yes they do. Max age 50, so they're not going to get old. Not a choice I'd use, but the bark skin can come in handy. Decent natural protection for soft, squishy humans. Now, I don't know if that was the AI being smart at all or not, but in Dominions 5, the AI would just take random blesses, and they could be actively detrimental. So it's kind of frustrating to have this big fight against the enemy's elite core, and what do they have? Oh, they pumped all of their points into fear. And you don't care because you're fighting with very high morale units. I like the improved bless screen. Makes multiplayer easier to log what bad bless your opponents took. Do you know the change to making blesses? It's no longer a case of spending your magic paths. Your magic paths above 1 give bless points. And as long as you have the... as long as you have at least the amount of magic skill in one path, you can take any of those blesses. So you could take 20 points worth of death blesses. As long as you have at least a bit of death magic. And if you wanted like fear, which is 8 death, you'd need to have at least 8 death magic. Right, Oberdeen having a fairy court of summer. Frolicking about, leaving the fields unattended and losing production in the Obra Dinn. How dare you? And to think good omens. Alright, Popiri doing a good job of just keeping an eye on what my enemy's doing, whilst I really want to build up this area. I guess it couldn't hurt to reinforce further, since again I do plan on holding on to this line for as long as I can. With Aberdeen in our clutches, I want to move into the Obra Dinn. Do I really want to go in there with my army? Wrong guy. Monkey Pen. Monkey Penny. Monkey Penny? Oh, that's from Spy Fox. How could I forget Spy Fox? Right, so you're going to come together in the Obra Dinn, clear out Loch Ness and Shitatsusho's holiday home, and that's going to give me a fairly decent base of operations. It's Midsummer Year 1, 16 turns in. 16 turns and what's that? 1, 2, 3. Better way to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 provinces. Pathetic. I'd be tossed out of competitive multiplayer. But I'm not playing competitive multiplayer. I'm not a Dom 5 or Dom 6 tryhard. Mostly because I can't. Right, I want to place these monkeys over on thrones so that I have an idea if and when those thrones are being attacked. We can't get to Ore, but I could get to Omega. Omega, Coastal Highway, and Lake Biwa. Just have my eyes on the prize. I have one more round of grabbing these cheap crap monkeys, and then we're going to be making Raktapas here. And then, how's our research going? 60 RP, 87 per month. Right. It's very soon going to be time to begin the blood hunting. I also need to set up somebody to actually get me Raksharaja warriors. Rakshasa warriors require level 2 blood, and it's a ritual of 25 slaves. 2 blood means I'm gonna need... Oh, crikey, actually, who are my 2 blood go-tos? I don't want Raksharaja to be doing it. That's a waste of making Raksharaja. I could make a few Kalamukas. I don't like the vastly increased cost. They cost double of my Raktapatas. But it might not be the worst idea in the world just to have some available. The problem is only 1 in 3 of them become 2 blood. So I could actually go a long time without getting that. I might actually make Raksharaja just for the instant 2 blood access. And once you're done making warriors that you yourself should be able to lead, then you're going to travel off with them. And hopefully during that time I'll find some other way to get blood too. Alternatively, DDR Jake summons them, but that's a big waste of Jake's pretty good research ability. Although a good argument could be made that him researching at all right now is a waste of his abilities. There's a lot of uses for a good Raksharaja, so let's actually get ourselves one Raksharaja. And if I... hang on. Okay, no, he was only one holy point. I thought he was two. The player who cheeses Dom using diplomacy and friendship have a strong shot at winning. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't like playing strategy games in multiplayer, at least not PvP. I really don't like just how all-encompassing out-of-game or even in-game diplomacy is. I just want to play. I don't want to dance the little social circle around someone to make sure that my border is well defended and then feel the crushing amount of betrayal, either by betraying them or having them betray me. At least I didn't feel bad betraying Fan of Gaming when we played multiplayer, because we made an agreement and I stuck to the agreement. He just made a pretty crappy agreement. Right. Okay, mulch together in Oberdeen, go and take over more. And then once all this is secured, I should be able to just center my army on Lanka and choose a direction to expand into. And it's probably going to be Frankfurt, main central station. I still want to fort it up. Depends what throne is on it though, because we don't get to know. I forget what lets you know what a throne has. I think you need... is it a spy that lets you see it, or is it your dominion? Something lets you see what a throne is. However you cut it though, I need a lot more temples erected here as well. The money situation needs to get better. You have a super combatant researching in the early game, Jake? Sounds about right. I can just imagine the sweat swinging. Well, I don't want to risk his life out in the battlefield, and I've already secured the area within our dominion largely. So what else would he do? You need better research to forge in this game. It's level 7 for getting the good stuff. Am I right in saying that? I need to double check. Right. Saramatia was not happy with the previous performance, and there are far fewer ghouls for him to deal with, so they're definitely taking this over. Splat. Bob on Battlefield. False Pretender. And the local lords are feuding. But you'd think I took bad luck scales, but I really didn't. It's harder to immediately see your scales, isn't it? You can check your capital, but what would you do to just see your scales? I wonder. Pretenders of the world, perhaps? That doesn't show there. Well, I did take pretty neutral scales aside from turmoil and heat. Also, how in God's name do I have heat 4 on my capital? Heat 4? How is that possible? Would explain why Aberdeen is melting, but I guess the scales go more than we bargained for. Perhaps summer can add 2 on top of the limit for heat, which means it might be able to get very cold in winter. Yeah, on top of the variation, when you make your Pretender and your build, it only goes between -2 and +2 for scales, but the Pretender itself can change that. The Pretender can give a limit up or down. So DDR Jake here, I guess it doesn't say now that we're in the game, but Azura allowed me to add +1 to turmoil scales, and as we all know, Lanka likes turmoil. Except I'm not really liking these events. Right. Do I do Northeast Corridor? See, Machatka's performing really miserably, so I'm very tempted to not even go to Frankfurt Central Station, because I've already got Alexandria, which is an amazing place. Speaking of which, please make me lots of Raktapatas. And I don't really want rank and file right now, but there is a good argument to be made for just having some units to defend the walls. I'll do that later, though. I think we could pick loads of these guys out like snot from our nose, so let's not have you. Okay, right, we got Unji. Unji got 3 air, 1 death. I forget what's needed for Wailing Winds, but that means you got +1 in +1 in air, I'll take it. Having access to 3 air nice and early is swell. Let's not have that though, let's get back to Raktapata. I think I brought you in a little early though. I don't need you right now. I will need you, but I don't need you right now. Get to the researching 4 now. Actually, I might have you lead my armies around. It's either you or 2 of you. No, I'll leave the 2 of you to your own devices. Right. I can actually have these guys form something of a pincer like so, and since I have so many of them, I'm actually going to send... Oh, right, you can't lead them. I was thinking about having bodyguards like this, and I'm still thinking about having bodyguards like this. Yeah, just in case someone gets a little too close, or a flyer unit, or even a stray arrow makes its way over to my leaders, I'm going to have them on top of each other with a few sacred bodyguards so they can blood bond their way out of that. Alright, we'll be able to take over Loch Ness and Shitatsu shows, and then, yeah, I'm actually really thinking about early offensive on Machaka. Okay, year 2 into year 3 is hardly early, but it should be able to work. That blood magic level 3 is coming along smoothly-ish, so I'm actually going to go out and start blood hunting. Yeah, Bob-omb, Arborang, Baltic Sea. Strong argument for not blood hunting your own cap circle, but come on, I'm not try-harding here, am I? I don't know the numbers for population to care about when blood hunting, though. That fills me with a modicum of concern. Stuart, just strip the area dry. I want those blood slaves now. We don't have laboratories here, so I'm going to have to manually bring them back and waste like 2 turns doing that. There is also an option that says blood hunt your capital. Now, no clever person would blood hunt their capital, but I'm thinking about it. No, stupid thing to do. Don't do it. Could even go down and blood hunt Hull. I'm just losing a lot of mage turns for this, but yeah, I just want to be able to make my Rakshirasi warriors. I really like them. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't show them here. We only get 5 per ritual, which isn't the most efficient thing in the world. But I love them, so I'll have them. Hang on, isn't there another kind of unit that I really like getting? Like Ganas, I think they're called. It's not Feast of Flesh, is it? Banquet of food, drink, and young girls. Fat demon ogres. Definitely not what I'm thinking about. Is it the Sandabalas? No, surely not. What in the world am I thinking of? Ghost Ganas, Jake. I'm looking for Ghost Ganas. Tell you what, this is exactly where the Dom 5 Mod Inspector will come in handy. If I look up unit, and I look up my Ganas. Okay, my Ghost Ganas? Okay, I want to look up EA Lanka's summoned national-only units. There's Rakshasa, but that's nothing compared to Rakshasa warriors. The other guys just die easily. I don't think it's the Samashadas, although they're pretty cool. Ah, here we are, Ghana. Host of Ghana is conjuration death, not blood. Does give you these pretty sweet guys, though. Undead, ethereal. That is pretty swell. Just a nice way to bulk out an army. The problem is they have no protection, so they die in droves. Yeah. There's also Possessed Corpse into Vitala. I can't help... Vitala, that might be also what I'm thinking about. That's also death magic. I'm less about death with Lanka. I prefer the blood aspect than the death. Anyway, I shouldn't be distracted by that. I do want my Rakshasa warriors. And once we have researched blood magic 4, 5 isn't a huge desire for me, so I should instead think about getting some better construction going on. So yeah, trinkets at 1, lesser at 3, greater at 5, powerful 7, unique at 9. It's all been bumped up one level. Interesting, because one strategy you can have with starting out with a Titan is to immediately make them some Earth Gem armor and send them on their way, but now you're locked behind a little bit of research. Anyway, I will grab myself a little bit of construction just to open up some more options for that. Maybe even construction 5, get myself underwater with the undead. I'd really like to do that. Hey, all these monkeys I have could actually bring the gems back instead of the mages themselves. I hadn't thought about that. Now I'm glad I have thought about that. Good thinking. Yeah, good use for my monkeys. As for you two, get to researching, because heavens knows we need more research. And you just wait there. And do I want a fort here just yet? I do not. Actually, perhaps the better use for you right now is to aid my blood hunters. Yes, that's the Dominions 5 Mod Inspector. Hopefully someday it'll get renamed to the Dominions 6 Mod Inspector. Bob on Battlefield has an overgrown graveyard for us, giving us 2 gems. Lovely. More gems, more better. And we're fighting against the beasts of the Loch Ness. Probably shouldn't have been that afraid of the long deads. It's just that their damage isn't that bad and their skills aren't that bad. Back when I only had a dozen or so of my angry demon monkeys, I was quite certain they'd get surrounded and mulched by this. Now, however, the surrounding and the mulching shall be done by the angry demon monkeys. Also, I have 3 priests. One of them a priest level 3 who's going to banish a bunch of these as well. Trivial. Also, you're routing? Since when do the undead rout? Well, the undead do rout. It's the mindless that don't rout. But, you're a Mound King. Game dev after crunch. What a befitting name for this guy. Dead on the inside, dead on the outside. Easy money. Alright, Mother's Little Helper was discovered in Gamp, Granada. I regret not putting you on retreat now. You could have retreated and saved your life. Only because we have an adjacent, but... strength and athletic prowess, highly valued in the Gigantes and Macone. 2 fists and a bronze discus. Do they always look like that? I'd rather have the armor, personally. But I guess you're here to be throwing your bronze discus. 4 of them. Poor precision. Could get good, though. Pot Puri was also discovered, so yeah, this is just the AI ravaging scouts. Are you already running? Wow. Since when does that happen? You didn't survive the retreat, did you? No, you successfully retreated. I've never seen a commander immediately rout when there was nothing wrong with them, but that monkey was surprisingly smart. Anyway, good information that Saramesia, who we do have a non-aggression pact with, has decided to expand their borders ever closer to mine. I'm going to have these little monkeys hang around so they could build fortifications here, but that's expensive. I spend a lot of my money on recruitment. I'm actually going to not bring in the archers anymore. They don't cost a lot of money, but they don't cost nothing, and I need that money for my infrastructure right now. I'd never let go of recruiting my my big, chunky, hunky elites, though. Right, you just wait, and you blood hunt, blood hunt, blood hunt, wait, blood hunt. You go and secure any magical sites in the big blue blob. Blood hunt, wait, Loch Ness. You guys have taken it over. Make your way over to Shitatsu Sho. Nice little change that you instantly get 1 province defense here. 1 province defense in Dom 5 only costs, I forget if it's 1 or 2 gold. I think it's 1 gold. So it's a nice touch just to stop you from accidentally not doing it. A troubling thing is that you can't undo it. If you take a province and you don't want to province defend it, now you're forced into it. I find it very strange that you can't just delete it. Oh well. just wait over in Altdorf. Fetching eggs. You wait there. Shame you can't hide and wait in your own province. That could have some uses. It's not even about saving money, because I'm pretty sure you're not paying that 1 gold for that one guy. It's just the utility of having an undefended province. Sometimes could come in handy. Goading an AI into it, for example. Handing it over to another player. Wonder if he's ever going to break that non-aggression pact we have. Heavens knows. Right. Man. What I really wanted in Dom 6 was just Dom 5 with better UX, and I'd be fairly happy. But I wanted some better UX. For example, sorting these. When you have 100 provinces, okay, that's extreme. When you have about 50 provinces and you want to instantly check if any of them don't have enough province defense, I don't want to scroll through it. I want to click sort by province defense, but no, none of that. Or maybe sort by unrest so I can find where to patrol it down, but no. Poor Patchin Eggs. Patchin Eggs is wanting to revolt away from me with its staggering amount of unrest. I might actually have to just add some more people to it. Could you explore the ruins now? I should send a unit that's actually not going to die in that ruins. Tell you what, it's only one guy. Let's send in a Bile Demon. Tell me what happens in the City of a Thousand Wonders. If there's any kind of combat, Bile Demon's going to die, but if there's not, maybe they'll be okay. A search bar would be nice. Okay, that Control F is for filters. Looking forward to making some magical items so we can actually see the UX for it, but there is a way to find all your magical items. Very nice, but I just wish they'd improve the treasury. Okay. Keep the researching, keep the moving around, and I am eyeing up Machatka. Dreaming of the day that I kill Machatka. Alright, just carry on. Let's try and speed through this a wee bit. Been dragging my heels big time. Alright. No suitable blood slaves. They got upset. 10 blood slaves, no blood slaves, no blood slaves. 12 blood slaves, no blood slaves. There's a lot of not finding them. To be fair, they're only level 1 blood hunters. I would need to give them a blood hunting knife in order to make them... not that, a divine... What's it called again? Divine... Anyway, there's a little rod I can give them to help them find virgins easier. Dowsing rod, thank you. A dowsing rod can be given to them. They hold this bloodied stick out and it just points towards the virgins are. So I didn't pay enough attention here. What's going on here? Is this... Are these Indies? No, of course not. That's Muspelheim. Muspelheim fighting against Machatka. Machatka bring the elephants, and that's pretty cool. Oh, this just got a lot cooler. So there's a rider with a hammer. There's an elephant archer and another elephant archer, and... Am I mistaken in thinking that they can attack while moving? They can attack while moving! Okay, so one real problem you had with these things is that they just moved or attacked, but now we have a trampling, shooting elephant. Well, damn, we're Lord of the Rings now. Badass. I wouldn't mind promoting one of those and giving them... Actually, I wonder what would happen if you took one of these, promoted it to an officer unit. Would I have 2 archers that I could give with, say, debilitating bows? Maybe self-buffing it with some air magic for anything, really. Anyway, lions, you're getting in the way of the superior king of the jungle. And they call themselves giants! Well, that is just juicy. And that's only half a dozen elephants. One of the problems with elephants is they're criminally low morale, but if they're part of a winning team here, it'll be fine. Also, here's a question. There are 4 different morale units here. The rider, the 2 archers, and the elephant itself. Which morale unit gets used for the purpose of, well, everything? Also, what's this guy's story? He's an expensive sacred, tier 2. He's got firepower. He's enraged. He tried to snipe the enemy commander, which is an admirable thing to do. But he is going to die, and the reason he's going to die is that he got poisoned. He got hit by tiny stings. That's funny, because as those tiny stings get through, they do minuscule amounts of poison damage. But it looks like he got hit by a scorpion for 10 points of poison, which is stacking up with everything else, meaning he is pretty much dead. He's taking 2 poison damage a turn. He's getting nibbled to death by dogs. The dogs are harassing him so that he can no longer defend against other dog attacks. So even though he's got good protection and tons of hit points, Muspel Giant is going down. There's a lot of friendly fire going on here. The spider warriors are tying up their own units, and I swear some of their own guys got poisoned somehow. But Commander held strong, so actually, although I was thinking that Machatka were getting bullied by Muspelheim, Muspelheim got fiercely rejected. Good job, Machatka. I don't like EA Machatka, but I do like middle-aged Machatka. What the hell was that? I think it was just a sound effect for Mist Form or Holy Avenger, or no, not Holy Avenger. Anyway, sound effects. Lots of arrows coming in. Why are you attacking? Probably because I didn't tell you to cast spells, which is all you should be doing. It's okay, there are enough on the front line, so we don't need to worry about you. These guys have been blessed by something, but I can't tell what. It's not showing up here. Ah, there it is, they were given Air Shield. And these guys have actually been given Mist Form. Impressive point buffing, but you've done it on useless units that are going to die anyway. Admittedly, our weapons are benign. These falchions do not do any magical damage, so Mist Form is actually a pretty powerful counter to my army. But if it's just done on a few crappy militias, they're still going to die. What was that noise? Did someone summon an air elemental? Well, if they did, it's already dead, but... Down they all go. Yeah, something's getting zapped. Alright, not a problem. Although I never figured it would be. Interesting to know that there are Cloud Mages and a Wind Master here. Rare for indies. I wonder if there's a magical site here. Because getting easy access to 2 air without having to recruit my very expensive big guy is interesting. Oh man, another assassination attempt. Couldn't have happened to a worse person though. Blue Opaminox has cheated people out of points before. How did that go down? Probably not well for you. And again, we get a weird little area for the assassination. I really appreciate this though. Just a bunch of commoners, tired, they want to finish their meal. Oh wait, the commoners are the ones that are... Oh god, they're the ones that are trying to get us. That could be a problem for you. Rip them apart. They don't hit very hard, but you don't have any natural protection. Okay, there we go. Eat them. Eat them! I do like the assassination change here. Very nice. Add a bit of flavour to it rather than just making it a boring one-on-one battle in a field. What was the lore behind that? You were ambushed in a house while performing his duties of examining a young girl living there. Well, that is your duty. You're a blood hunter. I guess the locals weren't too happy about it. Palisades complete. And you've entered the Thousand Wonders. Okay. As best I can guess, that gave you some experience and did nothing else. Guessing there are events that can happen there, which is all the more reason I should not be sending someone that can't fight down there. Wardcab says, where can I sign up for this duty? Just join EA Lanka, but as a squishy human, you're going to have the very bottom rung of society. Actually, you might be one level above these little chimps. Marcatas are just there to eat cavalry lances and nothing else. Alright, Admiral Yi. get searching. How close are we to Blood 4? We're 2 turns away from Blood 4, which means next turn I want to gather up all of the virgins that I can, convert them into Lanka, and begin turning them into monkey warriors. Yeah, I'd tell you to join the American Gymnastics Association or the CIA, but that would be a little too dark. Right. You guys have performed your tasks admirably, and there's no way to cross over to Treasure Trove Cove because I have heat scales, so this will never freeze over. Well, better never freeze over. Back to home in one jump, and then I really think I want to take out the ant mines, so we're gonna head on over there. Fat bastard hanging out in Lake Biwa is definitely going to get scouted out and destroyed. So any of my... we saw the fighting there. And it is nice to see the fighting. But I'm quite certain you're going to get caught. It's probably better to return you home. So that I can have you to return blood-hunted slaves. Right, our palisades are done. And the upgrades are also expensive, but I hate having crummy palisades. I like to have fortresses or better. I think fortresses is as good as we can do on early age, though. We don't have architects to make it better. Takes a while, though. Seems like the name and region name match isn't working properly yet. I think they changed the numbers that are associated with tile types. Pretty sure Baltic Sea should always be in the water areas. But that's something to look into. Alright. Not much going on. This scout is doing very little. You just wait there. Bring you back. Get my blood monkeys on the go and then go on the attack. Canada and the sea, just wishful thinking. 8 and 7 and 8 makes a number. Probably 23. And between that and the previous one, we'll certainly be able to get our warriors on the go. Altdorf is under attack, so Machatka are actually expanding in my direction. Could be a concern, could be all the more reason to assemble my mighty warriors. The problem is Machatka counter me pretty well with these elephants. These elephants are going to crush me. It's the elephant you got to worry about, and it's got a lot of health. Yeah, I guess the elephant's got strengthened a fair bit then. Stream died on your end. Well, I have no drop frames and no issues on my end. So I feel quite comfortable blaming Twitch instead of myself here. This is a nice little touch that we have here. Shrubs and trees and everything can get in the way of formations. So this shrub here is taking up 2 of the 10 size inside of a tile. On top of that, you can animate them. Okay, now a bunch of people saying that there's issues now. Error 2000. There we go. Easy victory for Machatka, but it was only over crummy indies. So the question arises, do I pin myself to Big Blue Blob? It's actually a dangerous place to be blood hunting, actually, since they could come on the offense and crush me here. Sometimes you just have to be a bit aggressive, though. Unrest 12, unrest 47, 40. There's a lot of unrest going on here, and I don't have a lot of people to grind it down. Tell you what, though, now I have... Oh, Christ, I don't have the blood slaves yet, do I? No, I haven't brought them back home. Easily done, though. What's the hotkey to bring all blood slaves to one commander? I feel like it's Z for Zulu. It is! I was completely right, as is often the case. I thought. Z, put all blood slaves... Oh, in the lab. It's V for commander. Then I was only partially right. Oh, I didn't bring one over to Obra Dinn. A potential problem. Alright, how many do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha! Perfect. I'm with 2 spare. Alright, good enough. Get back to Lanka. I want those blood slaves. And I also need them brought over from here as well. Spooky, can you get up to Oberdeen and bring those back, please? I don't need you on jump scare right now. Monkey Penny, make with the research. You don't have researching to do. Coastal Highway is almost certainly going to get you scouted out there. So I'm going to have you retreat back to Hull, and you can work to ferry the slaves around for me. Antsy Cat doesn't have much to do, huh? There's quite a bit of unrest around here. Not a big fan of that. Perhaps you could take the army and... Oh, right, of course, you can't lead them. Right, you can lead these archers, though. I'm going to have you take those archers and get rid of Arbarang's unrest. And maybe do the same at Bobon Battlefield. It's just a bit of a slow process, though. Right, Barbarossa. You still can't handle that many units. In the end, it really is Unji that can handle all the units around here. So what I could do is send a whole load of them back. And then I can see how Unji looks with the army. Maybe not all of the army, just you guys. A couple of you on guard duty for blood bond treatment. Man, that's suddenly starting to look like an actual army. I'm going to want it backed up with my undead monkeys. And then probably go on the offense against Machatka. Barbarossa and Monkey Penny, get researching. We very nearly have the blood magic I need for my summons. What legendary thing did Barbarossa get? Legendary thing? They're just level 2. Alright, another 19. A lot of not able to find blood slaves, so I really do need to get myself a dowsing rod. And we got construction 2 done. I assume dowsing rod is under 3. It'd be shame if it's under 5. That's a lot of extra work. He had a red star. Oh, right, this is the Hall of Fame stuff. So if we look over at the Hall of Fame, if I can remember where it is. Here we go. Typically, commanders that have killed a lot end up in here, although there are other ways to end up in the Hall of Fame. We have 2 entries. There's plenty of dead people on it. Maharaja Nick died. I think you were a prophet. These guys haven't even killed that much. That's 24 kills, but 23 of those kills were just banishment of the undead. And probably the same for you. Yeah, very sad. Yeah, Barbarossa and the rivers. The rivers won't freeze over because of our heat scales. Right, is there a quick shortcut for depositing all of the blood slaves? Yes, that was Z, right? Yeah, there we go. Now, Unji. It is time for you to engage in the ritual spell of summoning Rakshasa warriors. How many do I want to get, though? Now, there's a real question. I could just continue to bring them in. I can also send you out as and when we have the blood slaves to bring back. Kind of have the money to start another fort around here, but... Ah, Makoni's over there in Pocket Circuit. I was hoping you'd get extinguished by Saramashia. What I'll do is actually increase my defense upon here so you don't get antsy about attacking me. just up my defense along the border. I don't generally like spending my money on that, especially since province defense for Lanka are terrible. Naked archers, naked clubmen who fling poo, naked tiny little chimps that throw poo. It's only once you go above 21 you start getting half-decent Bandar warriors with actual armor. Even then, they're not that great. So yeah, they also all pile together and don't attack very well. Province defense for Lanka, not their strong point. You want good province defense? Play as someone like... who are the fire people again? Abyssia. Abyssia got powerful units for that. You bring them blood slaves back. And you just wait and see if there's anybody else to bring blood slaves back home from. I need you to... What's it? I think it's X. Yeah, there we go. Patrol that area down. It's getting way too unresty. What's new with Dom 6 aside from the new magic path and the mount change? It's sparse on info. Well, there's not that many changes in my humble opinion. One of the things I was wondering was, am I going to be sucked back into Dominions and play it for weeks and months on end? And I'm thinking probably not. I played a lot of Dominions 5 in 2023, including the randomizer, which was great fun. The thing is, Dom 6 doesn't change enough for me to suddenly feel the hunger again. The hunger is going to have to build up normally from absence. Because in the end, it's just Dom 5. Okay, there are Z levels and there are mounts, but you still play out everything the same. It's not like 4 to 5 where the combat got really changed out from being... Ooh, right, Bob Ross, you just wait and hide there. From being turn-based to being pretty much real-time-ish. Possible real-time, you could even say. Bring those blood slaves back to Lanka. It's a shame that my Dominion isn't over in the ant mines. Boy, would I like that. I'm also going to send out Monkey Penny to the Purple Disaster so that you can set up a laboratory and a... I'll send both of you actually. Laboratory and... No, one at a time. I might not be able to afford both. Minette can go then. Laboratory and temple, because I'm in dire need of more temples or else I'm going to be snuffed out in terms of Dominion. I also want more Dominion back here. But money is a necessity. I would have really liked a lot of UX improvements, and not just in the game, but outside of the game as well. If we can save game and quit and come out here, there's still this aggravating level of if you make one mistake, you go back to the start and redo all of the things all over again. Like if I was creating a world here and I go, okay, yeah, I want this, and I want that, and I want la-di-da-di-da, and I want this, and I want this. Going through all of this, like going here, oh, no, I want land, oh, you get them, It's painful. A lot of the menuing in this game is very painful to do, and I had hoped that it would be improved in-game and out, but it isn't. Also, I can't back up my saves. If I want to experiment with stuff or run a test run, you are committed to your save. You have to come out of the game, copy the files into another place. Why? For why do they do this? So, improvements that I wanted hadn't appeared, and what there is cool, but cool isn't enough to make me come clawing back to the game. Oh, I don't begrudge web page design though. Old website's good, new website's bad. Don't you know infinite scroll is what everybody wants? Right, Rakshasa Warriors a go-go. These guys, really freaking cool. Very good attack skill. They've actually got a length 2 weapon as opposed to the length 1 falchions that we see otherwise. 36 clubby damage coming in. They get more powerful in chaos. Main weakness of these guys is fire. If you hit them with fire, you'll do double damage, up to an extra 5 points of damage. But they don't need to eat, which is rather nice, even though they eat up. They do eat, but they don't have to. That's such a funny, almost counter synergy. So yeah, they're gluttonous, and if it's just them, they'll eat whatever, but they won't be punished for having nothing to eat. But if there are other units that they're traveling alongside of, they're going to eat the food that the others need. Very funny going traveling with these guys in the main army. They also live for a long time. No helmet, no buckler, but they do have decent scale mail, or decent-ish. Still somehow ending up being better protection than you? God knows. Anyway, love me some Rakshasa warriors, and now I have them. Question is, how many do I want of them? Honestly, as many as I can get. I can drop in another bunch, so let's cast another ritual for even more Rakshasa warriors, and try and bring more back. They're demons, they're not nice to each other. Or others, rather. And demons there are some good strong counters against demons, but they're not going to be online even in the mid-game. Unless you're playing against Marignon, but who does that? Right. Performing his duties of examining 2 young girls, Louis Chandler has been assaulted. This is the work that your god tells you to do. Now this is new. I don't recall ever having these events where your blood hunters get counterattacked. But it tells me that you probably want... Oh, God. Damn. An annoyed peasant with a freaking scythe. Okay, so blood hunting is now quite a bit harder. Yeah, they need proper bodyguards. They can't just go and do it alone. Poor monkey. Beaten up in the local pub. There's no justice. Also, they're not alone. Nico Bellic was ambushed. I wonder if this is related to levels of... Are you the young girls? No, you're just commoners. Whew. You almost got... Oh, you're dead. Profuse bleeding and... Wow, okay. Profuse bleeding makes you lose health every turn until you die, but there's a random chance each turn that the wound clots. And with 3 health to go, your wound did clot, and on top of that, you didn't take any permanent injuries. I'm impressed by you, Nico Bellic. Ever resourceful. Were you still able to get me some blood slaves in Arborang, though? Oh, that sucks. Louis found 10 slaves in Bob and Battle and just lost them all to being assassinated. Ouch. But Arborang... Oh, you hadn't found any, so it went the wrong way around. Purple Disaster now has a fortress going for it. Do I want an even better fort? We can't do better forts, sadly. You're moving down there. You're sneaking up there to grab more blood slaves. Alright, alright. Yeah, the idea of them needing bodyguards, that's not something that I signed up for, is it? Right, tell you what, let's go on the attack then, shall we? One more turn of grabbing my my warriors. I should give them bodyguards, but I'm not going to. Truth be told, I don't think I'm going to be seeing through this run. I have... I don't think the Dominion's itch is actually going to return based on what I've seen here. I'm not saying the game is bad, I'm just saying it's not what I was hoping for. Dominions as a whole is great, but I needed more of a revolution to drag me back into this game. And I think that'll make some people very happy, because previously Dominions really took over the channel, much to the chagrin of people who really don't like Dominions. Twisted folk, really. Yeah, exactly. Needed something more meaty. If I were to put it another way, imagine if Imperator was not Imperator, but instead EU5. Same game, maybe not Roman-based, but the same gameplay, same look. Imagine that was given to you and they called it EU5. How would you feel about that? Would you suddenly feel hungry to dive into the next iteration of Europa Universalis? It's a bad example, because this game isn't bad. It's disappointing. Exactly, Chumro. It's Dominions 5 with a DLC patch. It's certainly a DLC patch I would pay for. The mount stuff is cool, the Z levels are cool. In fact, you know what, I am actually burning out my own desire for the game here, so rather than summon even more of these guys, let's just go on an attack to Machatka. I'm gonna bring my god as well and just go on the attack. Hell, bring everybody! Let's all go for it. Where are you guys? You're on patrol, but I do actually really need you down here. I think you don't have a way over there. Alright, actually, if it's going like that, then I do need one more turn to grab our stuff. So let's have you cast Rack Warriors, the rest of you research. As a non-Dominion player, if I wanted to start... Oh yeah, just go straight to Dom 6. This is definitely the best entry in the series. But it doesn't do enough to warrant that extra increment on the... come on, Jake, you can use your words. Hasn't earned the name. Hasn't earned the name Dominion 6. Earned the name Dominions, just not 6. Right, let's get these put away. And I think you and I and Antsicat are heading on in. Tell you what, I want the best units for myself here. Clearly, let's get ourselves over there. Ooh, I think my movement's actually lower than I... Ah, right. One downside of our monkey men is they're actually slower. It's okay though, easily sorted. I do this, I shove you over to here. I very selfishly give myself some extra commanders. We move over like so, and now getting over here. I would like to cast on myself Personal Mistform and Enlarge? No. Personal Regeneration and I think Gift of the Hair. Combat speed doubled? I don't mind if I do. And then I can just go on a rampage with that, even though I don't have any of the fancy equipment that I wanted. I should at least make some equipment. Wouldn't be right not to. I don't have great units to do so with, but what can you guys forge me? There's not a whole lot going, but let's just have some different units or different items available. Notably, there was not the Sanguine Dowsing Rods. The Sanguine Dowsing Rod must be behind Construction 5. Terrifying. You continue to get searching, you bring the blood back. Give me another couple of these guys, if you will, please. Music's pretty good. Stands, we'll wait and see if it's actually getting DMCA claim to hell and back. My plan is to mix it together with Dom 5 and Dom 4 music and just play that. Means I make absolutely negative money on streaming Dominions, but I think the music adds quite a lot to the game. Hull has another Song of Birds for some more... what are they called again? Glamour gems, that's it. I've been getting a lot of death gems though. And sadly not putting it to any use. All the more reason to have someone like Haru here. Haru could do better forging, surely. We have bardings. I still don't know how we get horses though. There's got to be a way to... Maybe you can't get that? I don't know. There must be some way to mount a... well, a mount. Alright, ant mines. Come and get some. I have myself standing out front as just a way to cheer on our units. I have you guys in a regular line formation behind everybody else should suffice. Guard attack. I want you guys to figure out how to fire, which is fine. You just cast spells where you're at. Alright, get to it then. If only we had something at Arbinar for Imperator. I only played Imperator, I think, just before and after release. And there were elements of Imperator I really liked. It was all the more painful to just see it be fundamentally so... ill-conceived, I'd even say. The game was pretty much EU 3.5. It wasn't even up to scratch with EU 4. Maybe not even release EU 4. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but especially the combat. The combat was just 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. It's a very much changed game now. Yeah, it's abandoned now. Unless they ever came back to it, but I sincerely doubt it. Stellaris never had much appeal to me. I mean, I like the whole genociding your enemy aliens aspect, but it just feels so... It just feels so memes in space. There we go. It's not exactly bulking up on the arrows, but this is a whole lot better than just bringing in a few archers here and there. The main downside is this is a great way to kill my own units with friendly fire. It's another reason I've never been the biggest fan of archers, is that you can have a fight where you would win with no losses. Archers speed it up and kill more enemies for you, but they end up killing your own guys, so you actually win with losses. Although fortunately the blood bonding and everything makes it far more likely for my units to not die horribly. And there I am. I'm kind of hard to see thanks to my personal mist form. But there's DDR Jake the Azura, who failed to kill anyone that fight, but that's because I was too busy buffing myself. But I'm sure my very presence is great motivation for the troops. Yeah, there we go. Fortunately, the archers didn't end up killing us. They only killed 3 of the enemy. Those Palankashas are just so damn good. The question is, can we bully Machatka? And also, can Barbarossa catch up? And also... Blessed troops get +2 morale. Dominion province defense conscription +10. Oh ho ho ho! Province defense in a friendly dominion will automatically be recruited up to this level, plus order scale. Ooh, at a rate of 1 per month. 10 is pathetic though. If it went up to like 30 maybe, but 10 is nothing. Maybe that's why it doesn't go that high. I normally go up to 6 on every newly acquired territory until I'm more wealthy, and then I go to 11, and then generally 21. Pondering my options here. I don't want to leave behind Antsy Cat to claim this, but I do actually really like the morale boost. Tell you what, I will bravely, personally, claim the Throne of Ascension. The rest of you can take out Machatka. You're going to come and join me, and then we're going to clobber Machatka. Admiral Yi, did you find anything? I'm not even sure you looked at anything. I've not been paying much attention. Ah, Pireni are declaring war upon us. Who were Pireni again? Weren't they the guys underground? No, that's Muspelheim. Am I sure about that? No, that is Pireni. How do they plan on getting to me? Perhaps that's a question I don't want the answer to. Anyway, it's of little concern to me. I just want to burn down a bit of Machatka. I didn't ask for it, Dark Young. I was worshipped into existence. And there we go. Very befittingly, the Throne of Zeal for myself. Monkey Penny. Hey, I've got a Monkey Penny. Profit for Ken Masters. Here we go. So they're pouring out of Jump Scare Mansion. Successfully, I might add. So these are the cave dwellers, huh? Dark Vision 50. These guys have no Dark Vision. How about you? No Dark Vision either, but boy can you crush the enemy walls. Siege bonus 5. But you're expensive and gluttonous, so I wouldn't want you on a sieging force. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ah, they were in Tarako. But I think they just... they probably poured out from the gateway to the Mines of Despair. Makes sense, that's right in their cap circle. So they poured out from Rohan, and now they're going to take over this. Again, not terribly concerned. Just give me my fight against Machatka and we'll call it a day. I was worshipped into existence, says Humble Man Jake. This bloody guy. Well, after my performance on Sunday, could you blame anybody? Oh man, this feels pretty unfair. A lot of these naked tribes people. They do not enjoy getting showered in longbow shots, and I'm sure they even less enjoy getting eaten. Man. I so could have given these guys vampiric weapons. Something I do also hope for in Dom 6, and I don't know if it's working this way or not, is that I really want the blesses to be a bit more moddable. Yeah, you can already bless gen mods, but it's very limited. You also can't have any more blesses than the game has space for, and in Dom 5 it was only 100, I think. I would like to have a lot more blesses to choose from at one time, instead of having to recompile the whole game just to get access to more. They're not even that... Yeah, you can't pull them out and mod them separately. You got to remake the EXE if I recall correctly. So, I hope that's the case, but I leave that to the modders to puzzle out because I'm not skilled at modding this game. I am evidently skilled at jumping on an enemy capital when the enemy of my enemy is also there. So not just Machatka, we got to fight against Jodan. Unfortunately, bless modding in 6 looks really limited. Oh, that is the last thing I wanted to hear about this game. Well, the last thing I wanted to hear was no improvements to the magical item treasury, but that's already confirmed. These giants, there was only one of them fighting against Machatka, and they were able to hold their own pretty well. On top of that, Glosso. They've got Sacred Boars, that's pretty cool. Poisonous Gore for armor negating poison. If they pierce, and they probably will. Oh, no, it doesn't get a chance. Haha, nicely done. Alright, so these big guys are scary. They hit pretty damn hard. This is the kind of thing that counters Blood Bond pretty well, because that's going to Blood Bond 18 damage to allies. But if they don't hit hard enough, and they don't hit well enough... Oh my goodness, you guys are skilled. You're getting power from heat. You yourself have a heat aura. Oof, okay, right. We don't want to be around these guys. Heat-emitting giants. A logical change from the cold-emitting giants, but as you can see, they are chewing through my elite units in the south. They're so big that my arrows are doing practically nothing. Yet my poor demons are performing much better up north, where they're not having to fight the roasty boys. And actually, they made an excellent decision to go and attack the Commander Corps. The Mounted Commander and the Black Lotus command the armies, and now they are going to find something new to command in hell. There we go. The enemy commanders are routed, so no matter how good these Blazy boys are, they are left without leadership. They cleaved almost every last one of these guys. The only guy left standing has a chest wound and 9 health. He's probably not much longer for this world, but I think he might live. How about you? Yeah, you're gonna make it. We're all gonna make it. But now I think these roasty toasty large lads are not gonna live. They've got a long way to retreat, and if we're able to cut them off, we might... Oh no, don't waste your time going up there. Come south, cut them off. Now this guy's confirmed out of here. Nice thing about routing units is their skills fall dramatically, and these guys were really powerful thanks to firepower. There we go. Every one of these guys we kill is huge for us. They're expensive, but not too expensive because they're sacred. That could have been a very bad fight for us. That flank win was fortuitous. Planned for it. I had already divided these guys into 2 groups with this in mind. Well, not this exact situation in mind, but situations like it. There we go, good. Those big, scary, expensive walking toasters are down. And even though some of my units are actively on fire, they are regenerating their flesh faster than their flesh burns off. Now that leaves some unfortunate battle wounds on them. But then oh god, you're still on fire. Look at this guy. He's melting, but he's reforming faster than he melts. Attrition of 15 on us might not be too great, but that was an incredible blow to Muspelheim. I want to get a closer look at those large, hot lads. There we go. You only had 7 of them, and those were enough to cause me great grief. So look at that. Protection 18, 20 on the head, 18 on the body. Size 9, second highest possible size. Ooh, supply usage appears to be your size halved and rounded down. Also, yeah, it shows hit locations, 2 eyes. These guys are just great. What's their weakness? They're strong, their skills are good. Length 2 is fine. I could get parried by a spear, but with attack and defense skill there, I don't think that's a problem. Don't know why they have an ice cap that they wear. That seems a bit off, but they've got a shield, armor, helmet. Ah, of course. Of course. If you fight them in the cold with lightning, they're going to fall apart, because every level of cold brings down their attack and defense skill, and I think it brings down their strength. Yes, it did, because they had strength 32 in battle. So, fight them in the cold, and their skills will wane. Hit them with electricity, and the damage you deal them will double. So, ideally hit these guys with, thunder weapons. You're not always going to have that, so just call down lightning on them. They will die. They'll also get shocked really easily with this. Causes them to get frozen in place. Good times. Smafati says, Happy Dom 6, have you found anything you missed from Dom 5 yet? Is there anything from Dom 5 that isn't in this game? I'm unconvinced. Bob on Battlefield. Ah, we actually killed the robbers there and took their stuff. And the walls are severely damaged. Well, I'll come along at the last moment and unscrew this jar for you. Also, these units are mine. I'll put them out on a southern flank to just attack rear. I know I'm not really engaged in the overall campaign anymore. I'm just tearing down poor Machatka now, because the enemy's just rooting through my land. I, however, am going to tear down Machatka, kill their god most likely. You just stay there and preach. The rest of us shall storm the castle and wrap it up for today. The music is really growing on me. I like it. I don't know how to extract it from the game, but we'll figure it out. Alright, all of it. Oh, well, no, Machatka tried to do a counterattack before I stormed the fortress. Makoni have gotten Alcyonesus as their prophet. Oh, I got bad news for you, Baron. I need to be further up in the line, or I need to tell my units to hold and attack, because I'm not personally getting as much glory as I deserve. There we go. Looks like fortress fights are exactly the same. I feel like the wall is higher. Probably imagining that. One of the best things you can have for yourself in a fight like this is ethereal units, because ethereal units can pass through the wall here. So you could just have ethereal units go la 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 and utterly annihilate. They are using fire. That's bad news for my Rakshasa warriors. Their main weakness is fire. What about me? Am I weak to fire? I am weak to fire. Okay, so I've barged forward to claim the glory, and now I am on fire and fatigued out. Amazing. I'm actively getting in the way of my own units. Alright, well, good job, me. It's okay, my very presence is frightening enough for the enemies, but just me standing there exhausted. You ever slept on your feet before? It's not a good feeling. At least I'll finally catch a tan. Hubris and God's a classic combo. He's so cool, though. I would love to get into a mid to late game with Azura and deck him out as a hell of a super combatant. One of the problems with a god, though, is that a god is not blessed outside of its own dominion. So it's unlikely that your god is going to be in any pivotal fights, at least on the front lines, unless it's a defensive fight. Alright, there we go, finally broken through. My torched limbs falling off of me now. Come on, surely you can kill a crappy little hoplite. There we go. Oh, well, actually I've killed 10 people today. Not bad. Well, better make that 11. And the poor wall defenders are going to get mulched by my very angry undead apes. One of which has lost an eye. Is that a concern? Not where you're going. There we go, I'll show you how it's done. Like, I wasn't tall enough, I need to stand on the walls to look down over my army. Alright, there we go. Nothing for it. We lost a lot of our crappy archers. They were just standing out in the open and they are naked. They don't get any of the cool blood bonding, regenerating stuff that our sacreds get. But you could give it to them, it would just be absurdly expensive. Ultimately, though, we barely lost any of our elite corps. Very nice. And I think the archers did quite a lot. See, the archers killed 65 of the enemy. They were able to shoot over the walls where we were stuck at the breach. And they used the Phoenix, a very weak choice for a pretender god, at least as chassis go. Because not only is it a dumb animal that can't equip anything, it's small and fragile. I don't even think it's that cheap. Immortal. Oh, right. Here's the big thing. It's immortal. Fire explosion on death, but I don't think that's the protective fire explosion. Will archers just get creamed no matter what with an attack like that? No, absolutely not. What you could do is you could bring some air mages to cast air shield on your archers, and that will negate 80% of projectiles shot at your archers. And my archers only died to enemy projectiles there, so that would have reduced our losses from 28 down to about 5 or 6, if that. But, you know, I don't have air mages, I wasn't going to spare them, I didn't care about the archers. If you care more about your monkey chaff, then you could certainly do that. It's also worth noting, nice strength about the monkeys is they are inherently strong, much stronger than a human. So this archer guy is actually more than twice as good at tearing down a castle wall than a human. Everything has strengths and weaknesses in this game, and there's no absolute power. Everything has a counter, and the counter is always cheaper than the thing that it is. Okay, honestly, I have seen enough. Dominion 6 ran a huge risk of taking over the channel, and it's not going to, and that's not because it's a bad game, it's because it has not whet my appetite for more Dominions. It really is just Dominions 5.3, pretty much. It's Dominions 5, it's got some really nice additions, I love the mounts, I like the Z levels, it's amazing the idea that you have an underground area that an entire race could just pop through and suddenly go, oh hi, so you got to think about plugging those holes. You can't just set up an outer perimeter and think you're going to be safe. There are some improvements, but there aren't enough improvements. If the UX was a lot better than it is, I'd probably be roped in just because there's far less, how would you even say it? Far less of a mental block in chewing through to get to the meat and bones of this game. The UX is a hell of a struggle with this at time. But more than anything, it just plays out the same. There are some nice things with the mounts in the underground, but it's still the same game. The combat still plays out the same. The addition of an extra magic school, which I admittedly haven't really looked into, does not evolve the game in a way that makes me hungry for it. Now, it does mean that when I do get hungry, due to lack of playing Dominions, I will come back to Dom 6, and I will gobble it up. But give it time. Let it mature, let the hunger mature, and let's get the mods back online. I want my randomizer back, and hope to God they find a way to make things easier to mod with this game, especially with the blesses. Because the blesses are cool and exciting, but if you want to go custom, the game just doesn't want to let you. So rejoice if you were someone that did not want Dominions taking over the channel again, and weep if you did, but I'm sure there are plenty other people that are getting stuck deep into Dom 6. I myself won't return here until I feel the itch. Now, I played a lot of this game last year, but I suspect it'll be similar to Caesar 3. The itch will always be there and always return eventually. But until that is going to prove itself, I've got a schedule that I need to figure out for the coming days, now that I know it's not going to be Dominion 6. Until I do figure it out and return, it is a cheers from me and a cheerio.